It's Saturday Night Live. I have to admit, one of the things I love about this coronavirus lockdown is I don't seem like a loser for being at home on Saturday night, which I almost always am. But now it's like, well, we're locked down, nothing's open, I'm not allowed to leave the house. That's why I'm home on a Saturday night. But I do get to have the virtual parties, which is nice. Chris, hello, and Megaleech, hello to you too. And cheers as I have my blood orange juice. That's good. That is good. Even if that's the stuff from the bottle and not freshly squozened from some blood oranges, of which I have some. Maybe I should do some more citrus squeezing tonight because I got some citrus. I probably there's no point me making any more citrus oleo saccharum, because I've got a bunch of it and I'm not going to use it. So we'll just throw out the peel, I guess. But I do have some citrus to juice. Music David, when we get out of lockdown, adjust to not staying at home all day and night. Otherwise, you turn into a hermit. Well, certainly a lot of us are reveling in it. But I just love the idea that when we're allowed to go out again, going out is an act of selflessness. It's like, I'm helping the economy. I'm boosting the hospitality industry that's been hurt so badly by this. I'm a selfless person going out and blowing cash. Like, yeah. Chris, you had a fantastic large Thai tea today. Washed down lunch. Nice. Well, exactly, Chris. I think a lot of us are really into the whole hermit thing, quite honestly. Megaleech, I did try your suggestion the other day, in fact, and it apparently had no effect. Because, oh, wait, what color is that? What color is that? That looks green. My God, did it work? Fuck me. Ooh, Safa got some 6.2% craft beer. Nice. Not a beer drinker myself, but that sounds good. I'm going to try something. It looks green. We've got fucking green. It's a miracle. It's a miracle. That looks green too. Maybe it worked, Megaleech, actually. Maybe it worked. No, that's not what I wanted to do. Stop that. Where are we? I'm just trying to look at what it looks like because my laptop screen is very false in its representation. Oh my God, my fucking huge forehead is flaring out something chronic, isn't it? Let's get, but look, we have green. I feel like that's very special. It's green. Oh my God, it's a new fucking age. It is a new fucking age. Megaleech, you've been trying to get me to do that for months. Yeah, look, dude, I suspect it worked. I did it the other day. There you go. Chris, you're watching Man 6,000 miles away, talk to a group of folks. Delicious drinks Saturday night. Yeah, I changed the settings on the camera a bit. Musically Aviator, I'm scared to test other colors. No, that looks blue. That looks blue. This looks the right color. Yeah. Fantastic. Wait, this has got yellow on it. Yeah, look, that's yellow. That's yellow. I think the colors all work. So, yeah, I'm in Playboy mode today. I have actually I just want you to know, I had a shower not long before this live stream, actually. And I've just been wearing my dressing gown all day. And I thought, I should have a shower. I'll freshen up. And I thought, I don't want to just put clothes on. So it's fluffy bathrobe night. Hey, Salumi. Oh, excellent. I'm glad you need it. I'm glad we're here. Just when you need us. Savi, your green lightsaber's happy. Nice. Megaleech, I absolutely want to know your thought process. Old green screen tech used to make the subject have a weird green halo. Yes. I used some very old green screen tech. Yes. Oh, Chris, okay. It's looking like you could just step right in. Well, hopefully a few people will step in via camera anyway. AZ texted me earlier today, was keen. I sent a link. Anything could have happened between this afternoon and now, of course, but so I have this thing. I think I'm sure I've explained it. I've started shooting a week's worth of my cocktail videos, which is 3 videos on the Friday night live stream. But now I try to do these sexy close-ups, which means I have to do the cocktails twice. I do them the second time on a Saturday, filming close-ups, and then I pour all that and do a milk clarified drink out of that. Chris, you've been raining. Fantastic outside. Use your hat properly in the rain. You're waterproof. Nice. Yes, and you're right, Safa. Are you asking? We got a lot of light rain in Melbourne today. And Hellion, hello, Kirsten. So Mega Leech, with the green screen, modern tech removes the green from the original, effectively masking all green so you don't get the halo. You think that's what's happening? Yeah, you could be right. Yes, Kirsten, I am in my robe. I was just explaining just before you got on. Been wearing it all day, and I did have a shower. I freshened up, and then I couldn't be fucked. But I'm just going to... It's not even that long. Actually, you evil people will probably keep me out of bed for a few hours. But I thought it's not even that long till I go to bed. I'm not putting clothes on. So dressing gown, bathrobe, whatever you like to call them. Mega Leech, that's pretty solid logic to me, what you said. Chris, you miss the rain if you go to less rainy states. I can see that. So did the health minister in Victoria get pissed off Andrews quit out of spite? The health minister was going to go, basically, largely because it was her responsibility and there wasn't sufficient oversight on the plan to do the hotel quarantine. But a couple of public servants are going to go as well, I reckon. They're for the long drop, and they know it. As soon as that guy a while back at the hearing started saying, "I don't recall," it's like, fuck you, man. Everyone knows I don't recall means, oh, fuck, you're not pinning it on me, even if I'm responsible. Fuck you. You can't prove anything. I'm lying now. And it's just like, yeah. A few people are going to be for the long drop on this, and then it'll calm down. Suffer she was in Bali during the bushfires. I don't really hold that against her. She's just on holidays, didn't know what was going to happen with the bushfires. Oh, Chris, you have a county chair who's anti-mask. She's a Karen. Yeah. Well, we certainly have. There's one guy in particular in the federal government. He's a backbencher. He has no actual power, but he is part of the government. And he just keeps posting absolute fucking loon conspiracy shit on social media. It is absolutely embarrassing to see an elected official just posting the dumbest QAnon bullshit. Hey, Gecko, how you doing? Just sitting in on a Saturday night. You're saying it's not because I'm a hermit. It's because there are laws saying I can't go. Actually, what do we... curfew's an hour from now, I think. Yes, Chris, the election in 40 days. What the fuck's going to happen there? And that's the thing. There's an obvious focus on the presidential race, but there's a lot of important stuff in each state and Senate tickets and all this other shit that can ultimately have pretty much as big an effect as the president. So yeah, you got to get out there, find out what local races you can influence and get into it. Yes, Music Elevator. Yes, the health minister, Ginny Mikolos, resigned. And a little bit of drama today. Hey, nobody. Good evening. Chris here. I do miss going to the movies. I am not going to rush back to the movies even when we're allowed to, which is obviously going to be in reduced numbers. But yeah, just the idea of being in an enclosed space for a couple of hours with a bunch of strangers seems like a super fucking bad idea now. I'm not a fan of it. I'm absolutely not a fan of it. But yeah, Chris, you're fighting for your governors, being a COVID champion. Nice. Yeah. People, Chris, people often lose sight of their state elections and Senate elections because all the hype is about the presidential race, but you got to do it. Music Avetta, we've got one working drive-in in Melbourne in Coburg. I haven't heard about it. Gecko, you're doing a hair test. What are we doing? Interview to place, hired, drug test, start Monday, drug came back, failed. God damn. Oh, shit. They took a hair sample. Dude, that sucks. Was that a fair result? That sounds shitty. I feel like you wouldn't have applied for the job if you thought you were going to fail that. Sulumi, some casual trauma for a Saturday. Opie the cat, having shock shivers but have blanket. Oh, yep. Hang with us and be safe. Kirsten, going to a movie for the first time in years is what put you in quarantine the first time. Oh, no. Safa, Australian governors do bugger all. The Premier is a better analogy for in US politics. Australian governors don't do a damn thing. They're figureheads, and they technically rubber stamp what the government wants to happen. Megaleech, cinemas leaving a whole row between people to about quarter capacity. Yes, I also don't know how they make money with the sort of restrictions they have to do. You've got to drive in your hometown, Chris. Nice. Yeah, Gek, if you thought you're going to fail, you wouldn't have wasted his time. Your husband's a drug user, failed for it, so not happy about that. That's like, fucking hell, man. That's, yes, it was okay. She's hiding seriously, but it was like a mysterious gypsy woman just came into the kitchen. Oh dear. Oh yeah, okay. See you, Salumi. Family stuff. Ugh, yes. Well, we try and help you through it, and just hanging out and being chill. You saw the hooded visitor. Yes. Go through trauma shock when you have to address this crap. Yeah. Yep, it's good. It's a fucking process, Salumi. It's that for sure. Chris, you keep watching people filming games with crowds in other states. Can you not come up? Oh, God. Yes. Yeah, the thing. Hello, Ganked on Twitch, which is probably a good Twitch name, actually, if you're heavily into gaming, getting ganked. But yes. Oh, God, if Frankie comes on, is going to ask if I've been playing Duke Nukem Forever, and it's just like, I don't know if all the really bad reviews tainted my view, but it's like a fucking horrible game, and I don't think I'll be playing it. Gecko, in other news, you got the printer a few weeks ago working, 11 years old, Prince Extra. Oh, that huge one. Dude, that would be amazing. That would be absolutely amazing. I love that you do all these reclamation projects, work stuff out. So, oh God, I was just wondering, what's that? It's my microphone. Like, I could try and do the Alan Jones thing and have it up there and just talk to the microphone. That's like what the vloggers do now, don't they? They have their microphone in shot. I'm just talking to you. I'm just, See, I don't even have a pop shield because I'm just keeping it a distance away, so it's not going to get the pops. Xbox turn off's a funny Twitch name. Oh, I like that. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, hang out here. Be positive, and we're all good, Shirlumi. That's cool. Oh, it wasn't the huge one, Gecko. You got rid of that, but there's another one. Okay, cool. Yeah, so all the love and hugs to Silumi, who wants the internet family bonding this evening, which is a good thing. It's a good thing. I'm sort of relaxed tonight. I might try. I was just thinking, oh my god, will I mix a drink, or will I try one of my clarified drinks, because I got a couple of them. So Gecko, it prints on 44-inch wide roller paper. God damn. Oh no, hope he did you. Found a moth to chase. Fair enough. Megaleech, there's a joke from back in the day. This sort of dates back to the 90s. It's probably not true, but it's someone showing a voice control system for a Windows PC from a DOS prompt. And the person's trying to show how you can execute commands with voice control, and it'll listen, and you say run exe enter, and the text comes up and then enters, and the person's just saying how great it is, and someone in the audience yells out format C : enter, and then someone yells out yes enter. And for those who are too young to understand what that means, when you were in the DOS prompt in old Windows machines, you'd be typing in commands, and formatting formatting the C drive, is reformatting the drive, is fucking wiping the drive. And so if you typed in format C : and hit enter, then it would prompt you, are you sure you want to do this? And yes, enter. Well, you see, Charlie, it had to be I was just, as I always look for what is today the day of, and there was a couple dozen things, and one of it called it National Bunny Day. So I thought, well, that's obviously Charlie's Day as well. Oh, you think so when you think Putty Tat maybe actually won with the moth. That's good. Oh, a blowy. Yes, you actually have to be careful who you talk to about blowies, Stella. It can get misconstrued. But yeah, I grew up in the country, so blowy would be blowfly. Salumi still use DOS. Ooh. And Paul, you prefer Linux bash to DOS. I was never techie enough to use like command prompt interfaces, basically. So for your first Windows was Windows 95. Mine was like Windows 3.1, which was the first decent Windows operating system. And DOS was still really important to that. DOS became less important from Windows 95 on, but it was very important prior to that. Chris, someone did say blowy. Yes. Charlie, you wiped out today from antibiotics and last night's party, but perking up, yay! That's what we want. Perking up. Yeah. So for the Linux subsystem for Windows 10. Yes, see, I always leave all that really techie stuff to other people, but that's a good thing. I remember my tech guy hacked up a user interface for DOS, a DOS shell on my machine, and I still never really understood it. But yeah. Silly me, one day your department will get government funding. Yes. Yes, Stella, it is unseasonably cold yesterday and today in Melbourne, definitely. Charlie, you and Stella and Fox kicked through the wee hours. Good on you. Chris, your babysitter had Windows 3.1 on a computer. Yeah. Kirsten, oh yes, you had to go off the stream last night, Kirsten. Yes. I am. The earliest computers I used were like an Apple II, where the programming language on it was BASIC. And I fiddled with that a bit, and a couple of the more sort of math-headed nerds actually learned machine language to do some real serious programming. And I was never that enthused. Oh, Stella, you're a bit grumpy when the dogs wanted breakfast at 5 a.m. Oh, God. Gecko, you ran Merc on a Windows 3.1 486. Yep. That was my first computer, was a 486 running Windows 3.1. That was up. People sued Sony for removing Linux install for security bug, but people won and got $70. That's a big win in the court case. What's your question, Musical Evada? Anyone ever work on, forget the name of the thing, Vodafone was still using it for mobile network stuff to 2010. It's needed because Telstra infrastructure, a DOS interface. Well, that sounds like fucking fun. I worked for Telstra on and off over the years, and one of the projects I worked on, which was quite a while ago, was the first broadband they tried to make work, which was ADSL. And they were literally, so it was actually quite interesting because it was a combination hardware and software thing you had to do. They had to upgrade the hardware in the exchanges to handle the data for ADSL, and then we had to stand up servers and see how long we could keep them running and whatnot to make it commercial. And then you had to look at software to connect to it, which was all completely new. And it was quite fascinating. Telstra had some wild tech heads, probably still do, but back in the day, the people who'd like really built the bones of the telecom infrastructure were just amazing engineer nerds. Charlie, you have high-speed TSL, if you know what I mean. See, that's weird. Whenever someone finishes a sentence with "if you know what I mean," I think it's innuendo. Like what? What's the dirty joke in "I have high-speed DSL"? I'm missing it. So with ADSL, you only had 12 MIPS. Yes, and now we're all waiting to see. Now Scotty from marketing is deciding we're going to get a warmed over version of Labor's 10-year-old plan for the NBN. We're all wondering, what does that mean? Am I going to get fast? And is it going to get overtaken by 5G anyway? And who knows? But maybe we'll find. No speeds ever enough. Like as soon as it's like no computer's powerful enough. Like, I had computers a couple years ago that I thought were pretty good. When I get the upgrades in my current computer, it'll be like 10 times more powerful. And I'll be wondering, when can I upgrade it again? So, God. What's that, Kiko? You can get SpaceX Starlink without the Australian government fucking it up for you. Yeah, dude, it's a big question of will the government try and fuck up future technology, because they've done it in the past. Safa, you promised you weren't hogging the ADSL bandwidth. That's fair. So, Stella, your mum worked next to a telecom lab in the 70s. Used to have lunch with the engineers, told her they were working on fiber optics and video phones back then. Yes. Yeah, fiber optics were getting put in place that far back. I remember seeing a consumer video phone, never took off, but I remember seeing one for sale in the 80s, never took off. Hey, Shannon, how are you on the Facebooks? So yeah, it's technology is a very weird thing. Nice, Gecko, still going with a 10-year-old computer. My base computer is some number of years old. I don't even remember. Oh no, wait, Miss Angry built it for me about 2 years ago. That's right. I probably should have got higher spec components then, but I wasn't that flush with cash 2 years ago, and I am now. I'm rich, I tell you. That's why I can afford to lounge around all day in a bathrobe, because I'm rich, I tell you. Rich. Yes. Yes, I think we're 50-50 split, Shannon, on whether I usually say dressing gown. Some people say robe or bathrobe. Charlie, did you D my explanation? Was that for the if you know what I mean? Have I speed DSL if you know what I mean? No, I didn't see anything after that. Nobody's using 4th Gen i5. Holy free holies, Musical Aviator. Flight Sim, the scenery has 4 petabytes of data in the cloud. Downloads as you fly, need at least 40 MIPS. That would be a fucking challenge in Australia. No, I didn't see your explanation, Charlie. You'll have to give it to me again, if you know what I mean. I'm just going to be saying that all night now, so I should probably apologize ahead of time. Yeah, that new Flight Sim Musical Aviator, I remember seeing the stories that for no apparent reason, there's that really thin spire in Melbourne. Gecko, thanks for dropping by. And off to bed. Take care. See you another time. Yeah, I was really fascinated by the stories when the new Flight Sim came out. There's a suburb of Melbourne had this mysterious, ridiculously tall spire of an apartment block. And by ridiculously tall, it's like 500 stories or something. And there's nothing big around it. So it's just like this finger sticking up. Very weird. Oh, so it was a 212-story building in Fawkner. I hope they didn't fix it. What do I need to look up on Urban Dictionary, Stella? I know I've missed something. I didn't see Charlie's explanation, if that's what you're saying. Oh, okay. So DSL's on Urban Dictionary? I don't know, Charlie. Maybe I missed one. Shannon, building a few systems for people want to play the new Flight Sim. Quite interesting to run on higher ultra. Yeah. No, it's a fictional building stuff. Okay. I'm going to go on Urban Dictionary. And I'm going to look up DSL. Right. Okay. High-speed DSL. Now I know. Okay. And I had actually heard that. Okay. Oh, dear. Yes, but with Stella, we didn't see the explanation of DSL, but on Stella's advice, I looked it up on Urban Dictionary, and now I get the joke of high-speed DSL, if you know what I mean. And you actually meant it, like I was saying, if you know what I mean. Oh, dear. Mikulich, you're being censored too. It's probably because you're incredibly rude. Incredibly rude. As a Musical Aviator, there are other glitches. An airplane-shaped building in aircraft graveyards. If the plane hasn't moved in several years, the data can't tell it's a vehicle instead of a fixed structure. Yep, okay, I can see that. Oh, dear. We're just doing that thing. Yeah, okay, Shannon, you just looked it up too. Yep, so we know. All right, should I message Aidsy? Because then we can go full angry bunch. Because Aidsy seemed quite keen this afternoon. And then I haven't done it. Did what work, Megaleech? If you'd actually put something in there, then maybe no. Chris, okay, you know a man who lives in an airplane. Yeah, there you go. It's just it's blood orange juice and lemonade. I might get onto an actual drink, if you know what I mean, after this. Torn between mixing something and just having one of my milk clarified drinks. Maybe I'll just what's the cocktail of the day? Let me have a look at Difford's Guide. Oh, they've got one to commemorate the Concorde. On this day in 1973, Concorde slashed the transatlantic air crossing record, making the journey between Washington and Paris in just over 3.5 hours, averaging an impressive 1,500 kilometers an hour, about 950 miles per hour. So, what is an airmail? It's a highball, so I'm probably going to make it. Rum, lime juice, honey syrup topped with champagne. I just don't like topped with champagne shit because I don't like champagne. Angostura bitters cocktails. Okay. With 15 mils to 45 mils of Angostura. Of course, we've got the Trinidad Sour. Maybe. Okay. He says he's going to join us shortly. That could mean anything. That could literally mean anything. Oh, wait. It's not an alt tab. Looks like it removes comments containing exclamation marks and other replacement symbols. Wow. Shit. Okay. Oh, yeah. And particularly the real, although this was out of a bottle, Shannon, the real tip is if you can get fresh blood oranges and juice them, that's just the tits. See, it's not censoring swearing. So I see, Stella calling YouTube cunts and whatnot. Stella's gonna. Oh, Charlie's gonna wear Beetlejuice dress. Nice. The fashion parade continues. Yeah, Megaleech seems to remove comments containing exclamation marks. So don't use symbols in your text. Don't use symbols in your thing. Stella, no, cunts did not get censored. So question mark's okay, apparently. Yeah, sometimes, even just in Coles, I've been able to get blood oranges at a reasonable price. I've actually got some over there I need to juice. There's an interesting live stream thing, juicing. Okay. No, see, Safa just did a bunch of exclamation marks and that worked. Who knows? Fucking YouTube's just been twitchy. It's impossible to know for sure. But okay, so Angostura is Trinidad Sour, Trinidad Especial, a Duchess. So it's Angostura, Geneva. No, I don't have Geneva, so fuck that. Generous dashes, a soya, gin, lime juice, sugar syrup, Creole style bitters, orange bitters. 28 dashes all up with 2 full measures of gin. A bitter gin, bitters, single malt scotch, Islay scotch. Well, fuck no, I don't have that. Single malt scotches. I have the single malt. Well, I have a single malt from Starwood. But Islay, that's the really peaty ones. YouTube wants to be a kid site. They kind of do. Well, see, Charlie, you're saying Dick got censored. Cunt didn't get censored when Stella did it. That's so fucking weird. Oh, yeah, Shannon, we're definitely doing Angry Bunch. So now we're going for variants. Disc socking lips, duck sucking lips. Here's the man. Speak of the devil and he shall appear.
Hello.
Hello, hello.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, how's it going?
I don't know.
I know you're wearing people clothes. I'm just in my robe because I was wearing it all day. I had a shower and then I thought the day's nearly over. Fuck it, and dressed, and I just put the robe back on.
Yeah, fuck
So
it, dress.
Hugh Hefner style today.
I can hew it up as well. Hang on.
Oh, cool. AD's got a robe. Nice. We're all going to hef it up. Chris, you made a video on YouTube back in the day of censoring curse words. 4 seconds just saying, well, shit. 2007 was a good use. Ooh, nice. Charlie, you wore your Beetlejuice dress to see Alice Cooper in February. With the platform boots. That sounds like quite the move. Mega Leech, is ADZ back on the nangs? He shouldn't be. Yes, Shannon, get a robe as well. Be fucking bathrobe night. Oh, yeah, look at that. Hef Central. Yours actually looks mildly Jedi-ish, I think.
Sorry?
Your robe actually looks mildly Jedi-ish, I think.
Does it?
Yeah, it looks good.
It's a bit stripy, isn't it?
Yeah, no, it's good.
And red and blue. But if you're going to call me a Jedi, I'll Yoda it up for you. Hang on, I'll get the
You'll do it. Excellent. All right, is going off to Yoda up. Not exactly sure what that is.
Look as good as me, you do it. You are 50 years old, will you? Not by eating food like this.
Excellent. Excellent.
So, what's AD back on the?
A Mega Leech was asking, is AD back on the nangs?
No.
Oh, Kirsten's actually got no robes in the hotel room. I thought that was the thing hotel rooms provided.
Towels, Kirsten. Towels.
Just artfully arranged towels, you think, is the answer?
Just one around the shoulders, and one is a Japanese cummerbund.
I like that, Charlie. The Alice Cooper concert. An old, toothless old man that is happy to see the younger generation getting it. All right. This is a children's show. You know, what are we doing here?
Oh, so no clothes. You're confusing me.
It is confusing. Alexander says he inherited a Jedi robe when his dad dies. Oh, dude,
I'm
this
is off camera because I got to be making myself something to eat.
That's okay.
Drinking all kinds of stuff.
Well,
it's going to be all very chaotic.
Yeah, that's okay. Well, I might invite folks in for an angry bunch anyway, and
why?
Because they want to.
We don't need them. We don't need no stinking chatters to talk to us about topic. We do need them to talk to about our topics. We don't need no stinking chatters and looking at making me smaller.
Okay. Yep. That's all good. Yes, because it's bunny night. Indeed. Yes.
Bunny night. Why is it bunny night?
Well, you know how I usually look up, is this day declared National Something Day? And it was, among a dozen other things, the website claimed it was National Bunny Day.
Well, I'll tell you this much. When it was National Bisexual Day, I didn't get to talk a lot about bisexuality. Well,
there's nothing holding us back tonight. So
thank you.
But we did a fair bit. We were talking about
bisexual bunnies.
We were talking about our favorite bisexual and what's the queerest thing about you? Well, you may be the channel's favorite bisexual. Yes. So there you go. So I put the links for joining for anyone who is into mood. Are you getting impurities from your vape? You look
Oh, it's
disgusting.
burnt.
Oh, it's burnt.
Which means the coil's burnt, which means I've got to change it. It's all very messy and horrible.
Yeah.
But this is the one with. I might just fucking turn it down.
Right.
But I might just do that and see if I've just not blown it out.
I put the link and okay, there's something super fucking weird happening with comments tonight. I put the link. God damn it! What the fuck is this fucking shit doing? Okay, stay
I
calm.
don't know what this fucking shit's doing.
Staying calm.
Yeah.
Staying calm.
Why? You must so
I
much
don't
money
know.
when you're angry.
I know.
But you ban too many people when you're angry.
I just banned the
color blue. Banned.
I banned the right amount of people. As when they say, "Will you ban me?" I say, "Oh, because you're fucking boring." That's all someone has to do to get banned. Be fucking boring. All right, so I think it's there now. Okay. Well, because it's Bunny Night, which is Charlie Bunny's night, and Charlie agrees with you that we should talk about bisexuality again tonight. So that's a Grasshopper. Hey, Birdie.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Good. How you doing?
Hey, I've got my robe on
Robed
and
up,
I've got my
buddy.
iced tea.
Robed up.
Robed up. Nice.
Ready to go.
For you, buddy. For you.
Oh, I'm very happy with that, AZ.
I know.
Grasshopper's at least wearing a
thinking
t-shirt.
about
AZ and I are going
this.
commando under our robes, so you know.
Yeah, nobody wants to see what's underneath my robe. No, like my wife's okay with it, and you know she's nuts, but that's okay.
That's good.
Yes,
it's all good.
But I've got a half a hard. Right? So,
Oh dear. Oh dear. All right.
The stream already had to see my plumber's crack once when I had to bend over to pick up something like that. That was.
You show that side of my face without the divot out of it.
Navy rum, light rum, cognac. Sorry, just looking at this recipe, it's got everything in the fucking kitchen sink. Bitters, navy rum, light rum, curacao, apricot brandy, orgeat syrup, lime juice, pineapple juice, orange juice, and more rum. Jesus Christ.
Yeah,
Okay.
you were saying before, AZ, that you weren't able to join, or you weren't able to talk about your bisexuality on the bisexual stream day. I wasn't even able to join that stream, so
I know.
So we'll make it tonight.
tonight should be the bisexual stream. All right.
Yeah. Why not?
Loving it. Bunnies and
Always.
bisexuals. I'm gonna join the two. I'm gonna say I knew these two bunnies that were bisexual and then go on with the story. Hey, check this out. Every time I look at people, I go like this, right?
Yes.
That's the side with the divot out of my head.
Right.
And then when I do this, no divot.
Right.
So I've got to learn to look at angry more.
But
his
that's
body
all right.
repulses me, so I
No,
keep
give us
on
no,
going
give us
back
the
to
side.
the bit.
No, give us the side with the divot. It gives your face more character.
Well, it shows everyone that I had a tiny little stroke, and it's a bit embarrassing.
Oh, is that
is
what
that
it
what
is?
that's called from? Okay.
That's
Well,
all
when
right.
you
No,
get
it's all good.
25% brain damage, you have a tiny little stroke.
Yeah. All right. That makes sense.
It's not like I didn't have a coronary occlusion. No, I had bits just stopped going, and so muscle groups just stopped functioning, and sensory neuropathy stopped going, which is why I keep on dropping things. Don't give me glass. Oh, it's something Angry's known for years.
So tell me, Angry, what would be one of your favorite
Studios,
cocktails?
I get a cup. Hey?
Oh, he's asking what my favorite cocktails are. Simple ones like a whiskey sour or a sidecar. even an old fashioned. Every now I should write shit down because every now and then when I'm just trying stuff on stream, I'll make something and go, "Fuck me, that's really good," and then I kind of forget that I made this one that I really like, and I forget what it was. Also, my milk clarified pina colada is fucking great. So
every time I see you mixing drinks, it just makes me sad that I don't drink.
I used to not drink. I don't know what happened, but I do now. I was like the only member of my family that didn't drink, and now I do. So, Megaleech has an actual good plan. AZ should have a monocle. That would be quite the look. Yeah,
that would be awesome. I'd be totally up for that. I'd even buy him the monocle.
That's the thing. Well, Chris reckons he's expecting the robes to come off. It's going to get hot in here, so look out. We'll see. We'll see what happens. But yes. And by the by, yeah, if anyone has lost track of the links and wants to join, and just tell me and I'll post them again. So that's good. And we'll just chill in the meantime. I'm actually looking for an inspiration for a cocktail to make. There
is a cocktail called a Superman.
Oh, there are cocktails called just about anything, honestly. I often, if I'm looking for inspiration. This is an interesting one. It's got bitters, cognac, vanilla liqueur, orgeat, lime, and egg white. That almost sounds like it does. Yeah. Well, okay. What did they say to use? I've got one that's basically a vanilla liquor. Yeah, Liquor 43. There you go. It's the actual one that I've got. I thought it might have been.
We need Queen Kirsten in here. She's all about that stuff.
Oh yes, yeah. Our source of definitely on the gin front is our gin expert. So, but
did you try that? Sorry. Did you get a bottle of that stuff that Ryan Reynolds released, that the gin that he's all about?
Aviation.
I don't know what it's called.
Yeah. Ryan Reynolds' company's Aviation gin, which is apparently a perfectly respectable gin.
Yeah, I've heard good reports about it.
I'm kind of with Kirsten. If I'm going to get gin from now on, I'm just going to get it from Australian makers. Support the local. And I'm not sure if Kirsten is still listening, but Kirsten probably has an opinion on aviation. I'm not sure it's going to be tip it down the sink, but you know.
No, I'm all about supporting the local. I'm all like, I make all of my own iced tea, but I always make sure that I buy from local farmers. Thankfully, where I live, there's a lot of local farmers around. Nice.
Okay, Kirsten can't join the stream, but Kirsten, have you tried Aviation Gin, Ryan Reynolds' brand, and do you have an opinion? It's okay. Oddly sweet. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
My mother-in-law is a big gin and tonic drinker. And the gin that she buys, like I've tried it a couple of times. It's not bad, but it's definitely not sweet.
Yeah, there's a lot of variation. Hi, Charlie.
Hey, Charlie.
Oh shit! I forgot my bunny ears. Fuck.
Yeah, it's bunny night. You've got to have the bunny ears on.
And she doesn't have a robe on. And we have Stella.
She has a Beetlejuice dress. And Stella, hello. I'm trying to work out what that avatar is. It looks really sus, but I can't be sure.
It's a robe.
Yeah, it's a black robe of some description.
It's a robe. Okay, I thought it was more sus than that. So Charlie doesn't have a robe, but she has a Beetlejuice dress. So
yeah, do love the dress, by the way, Charlie.
Yeah, it's cool, isn't it? It's
definitely.
Yeah.
Got to say Charlie Bunny 3 times and she'll appear.
Yeah. It's got like a pussy bow and like.
If you know what I mean, yes. Okay.
Nah.
Sorry, I'm just going to say that so many times.
Yeah, I couldn't help it.
Yeah, no, that was funny because I thought you'd said it accidentally, but no, you actually meant it the innuendo way.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Oh, AZ's back.
No.
Although you're on mute, AZ, we can't hear you, man.
No, it's my fault. It's my fault.
It works.
What works? What works?
It's a bad
Sorry.
joke, and it would only work the one time. I was saying Kaiser
Ah,
3
right.
times,
Okay, and he
Charlie Bunny was
appeared.
there with a beautiful pink. Stella, loving your LBD. Charlie, loving your outfit and loving your pink chair cover.
Oh yeah, it's actually a towel.
Between you and Grasshopper, I've got a massive fall going on. I've got a
It's,
halfer and a halfer, and two halfers make a. When it becomes a priapism is when I stray my eyes too far toward angry. And then it's just it's all over. If I stare at him too long, it's like no, that's the end of that. Stella, nice.
Ooh.
I don't even fucking care if that's not you in the photo. I just like it.
Yeah, just like the photo.
Yeah, no,
shows
the photos
taste.
of me and my robe are a little bit more inappropriate. So
That's okay.
Oh, I don't know.
Don't
Maybe
talk to
amazed
AT
what
about
I find
inappropriate.
Inappropriate, Stella.
Yeah.
You'd be fucking stunned what I find inappropriate.
let's
I-
discuss it after the stream.
This is my
I-
boyfriend's chair and his towel.
That's what
I think what AZ finds inappropriate might actually get us banned off the internet. So,
well,
Banned off the internet, it'd get us fucking arrested.
Yeah. Oh, I like a bit more
Anyway, I've
about.
got to get stuff.
Okay.
You'll hear me.
Yeah, right. That's all good. Kirsten's saying, despite the blatant product placement of aviation in the movie A Simple Favor, it makes an average martini but a banging aviation cocktail. There you go. I did like he does little ads for it on his YouTube channel, and he had one for a new product, Aviation Gin Back to School Edition, because everyone doing the online parents with the online schooling, he goes, our Back to School Edition. It's like our regular aviation gin, just in a bigger bottle. So they've got this huge bottle of aviation gin you can buy now.
Oh, I hate the lighting in this room.
It's okay.
We're changing rooms in the not too distant future.
All right, now
Are you into lighting big time, aviation? Sorry, aviation bunny, Charlie Bunny.
Yeah, I just got mental images of Charlie Bunny flying a helicopter and a Beetlejuice Jess.
No,
Like,
she just
if
likes
you-
to fly
if you
high.
got sacked
I just
at
don't
a
like the
TV
way that the
shoot,
light falls on my face in this under this fucking fluoro.
Have you got a desk lamp?
Yeah.
Have you got a desk lamp?
Oh shit, where
Go
is
and
it?
get it, plug it into somewhere where the USBs go, and shine it directly at your chin, and it'll glow.
There's
your
usually
face.
one right there, but I don't know where it's gone.
Well, the
'Cause
light on my face
I'm-
is coming directly from my monitor, so
yeah, I've got to use up. There's a tiny bit of this left. I'm going to make. I'll make a
there it is.
dessert cocktail later.
Found it.
Light rum, lemon, orgeat, maraschino, and
Okay, where should I set
Now
that?
put it down. So that
Like-
it's coming up and in.
Like oh, like on the floor?
No,
Or-
if that works, but so so draw a line from your chin directly
I'll
to
see.
the
I'll see what
monitor,
I can do. I'll just.
and it's going
I'll
to
just set it.
slightly below that.
I'll see if I can like put a box on the floor and put it on that. Oh no, there's an ottoman right here. There we go.
oh, so angry. I got to tell you
Yeah.
about how I got abused this afternoon.
ooh, how did you get abused?
I
Oh my
had
God.
I had the audacity to turn around to a young woman that was working at the chemist who was wearing a hijab
Very dark.
by looking at her and saying the word "Salam alaikum."
Yeah,
It's a
I'll put it-
very nice greeting for people of the Islamic faith. This old white dude that was standing right near me went absolutely bonkers at me for doing that.
holy
Oh,
shit!
behind the
Wow.
webcam. Oh, okay. Okay, I'll try that. I'll try and set it behind
Yeah, so this guy he was like, "Why on earth are you saying that to her?" And I said, "That is it's a greeting in Arabic, and it's
Being
polite.
polite.
It's it's if you meet an Italian person, you
It's-
might say ciao or
It's
you know,
welcome and peace be upon you is its actual literal translation.
yeah. Well, either way, it's just supposed to be polite." And he was just like, "Oh, we don't want to make this place any more favorable to them."
Oh, Jesus.
Oh,
Ew.
there you go.
I was like,
There you go.
why not?
No.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no, I just turned around to him, but I just went, "Listen, you racist old coop, off."
Mm.
Just seriously get
Well, I
fucked.
think that was a bit extreme. I think a simple knife
That's
to
better.
the testicles would have got the point across. You know,
No, I,
Darwin Awards for all of our Nazi
Is that better? Oh.
friends.
no, you look great, Charlie.
Better.
Okay, cool.
Yeah,
That is
Yeah,
better,
you look great.
Charlie. You look great.
Ooh.
Yeah, no,
Nice.
I called him
Oh,
out for being a
Ludo's
racist
barking.
old coot that
I
he
gotta
was,
go
and
let
told
him
him to get fucked, basically.
Yeah, basically.
And yeah, no, his response was just like, "Oh, this world's going to a hell of a handbasket because of you, fucking lefty, lady, fucking Maz, and fuckers off." So
he's
yeah,
silly.
apparently being polite is
Here's my
what's
silly
going.
boy.
Oh, there's
He's
the
a silly
boy.
boy.
Oh my god, there's the
He's a
boy.
silly
I want
boy.
to give that dog such. I
Come
so
here.
want to pet that dog. He's so lovely.
Everyone
Yeah.
wants to pat Ludo.
Yeah. He's a
Yeah.
silly boy.
Yeah, I mean, yeah,
Who's a silly boy?
take basic politeness as being some huge
Yeah.
drama. It's just like, fuck off,
Yeah.
you racist boomer shithead.
Yeah. There's this thing
No, it's
I've
it's
noticed
being
that
it was more that I was being polite to a Muslim. That was the
Oh
problem.
yeah, no,
I was
that
like,
yeah,
is that like and here's a thing that I've noticed is that boomers call everything they don't like politically correct.
yeah,
Yeah,
And it's like such
yeah.
like normal. Like I was talking to my mum the other day because I thought it was weird that her car doesn't have a cigarette lighter in it. Because I was like, don't they usually have them? And she was like, oh, not anymore. It's politically incorrect now. I'm like,
no,
what?
it's just
I
there was no demand for them.
Yeah, no,
that's-
I bought a brand new car earlier this year. My first time ever buying a brand new car. Very happy.
Yeah.
But I do have one, but it's in the glove in the middle compartment.
Yeah, because it's often used to charge things now. It's not used
Yeah.
That's it.
Correct. It's often used to charge things.
Yeah.
And if a car doesn't have one, it's just because the car makers found that people didn't want one. It wasn't something consumers wanted, and so they
Yeah, no,
stuck
the
to
only-
something consumers wanted.
The only thing that my
Yeah,
car doesn't have
that's
is an
what I know,
ashtray,
yeah.
which actually, in a way, is a good thing. It actually stops me from smoking while I'm driving. So
I don't think mine's got an ashtray. I mean, because I've never looked for it because I don't smoke. It's got the cigarette lighter thing that I use as a charge port. Now if I remember, next time I get in my car, I'm going to see if it has a bloody ashtray. Silumi, hello.
So, Lumi, how you doing?
Hey.
good evening.
Hi, Salumi. How you going?
I'm getting better.
Oh,
Good.
good. We'll hang out. We'll all progressively get better.
So you're new to the group, or you're new to the live stream group, so Lumi, how you doing?
Oh, yeah. That's why I was like on my camera. It's been a day.
That's okay.
We all have a tendency to
Yeah.
know which state each other is from. So which state are you hailing
Yeah.
from, Salemi, if you don't mind my asking?
So those of you who know me already know that I'm in Adelaide. So we're in zero lockdown stuff at the moment. We've had 0 cases for a while. So
I haven't
No.
been to I was in Adelaide very briefly once, but I ended up staying in a place called Paralowie.
run.
Yeah, bit further north. It's quite
Yeah,
lovely.
I grew up north. So I grew up around like Ingle Farm, Paravista, and then like further out towards Surrey Downs and stuff. Now I'm
Yeah.
not. Now I'm in Bougieville, and the people in Bougieville don't like weird eclectic me being here, but they're stuck with it.
Why don't
Ah.
they like you being there?
I'm in a really like elderly, white, right-wing liberal kind of area. And I'm queer and alternative
That's rough.
and non-binary, and
Yeah.
I've got some very lovely older neighbours who are okay with me, but I've got some who very clearly aren't.
Oh dear.
Sia,
Oh, dear.
Sia, are you trying to tell us that you don't go by the norm? How dare you?
I know it's a bit troubling for some of them when you've got someone who's just happy to exist.
God forbid that you actually be an autonomous human being, sir.
How dare I?
I know. Well, either way, welcome to the live stream.
Thank
Do
you.
you like Sia or Sia?
Sia. So Sia, Lumi, pick either Sia or Lumi or both.
I think I'll go with Lumi because every time I see SYR, my mind goes sir, and that's not right.
Yeah, it's Sia is from the Old Norse word that's also associated with the goddess Freya, and it means either to sew as something or sewing as in sewing garments.
Okay, yep.
I just love that. And then Lumi, which is the Finnish word for snow or light. So for me, it means creative light. So that's why I've picked that as my name. But it confuses
quite lovely.
all the Australians because we go SYR, that means Sarah, and it's like, no.
Like I said, that's
I
just
think
where
it
my brain
shows
goes. And
women's
yeah,
violence, basically because of needles.
God, that puppy! I so want to pat that puppy.
So cute. Yeah. He just had a big drink of water, so he's come up to me dripping water from his jowls.
Don't you love that?
That's fantastic.
A friend of mine's got a boxer, absolute
I
adorable
love
derp of a dog.
boxers.
Yeah, no, loves
They
it
are-
just loves
They
everyone.
are the derpiest dogs.
Oh yeah. No, and yeah, for some reason he loves to come up and try and lick me every time after he's gone for a nice long drink at his water bowl, so he's like half his face is wet. And then he'll want to come up and dig his face straight in the mud and go, give me a lick.
Alrighty, I'm just trying to get all my ingredients together for a drink. I've got to put some ice in my shaker as well. Okay, I'm almost ready.
I was all getting psyched up to have a lovely Starwood cocktail tonight, and then had a really crap encounter with some toxic family, and now I'm like, great, now I can't drink because otherwise I won't want to stop.
That's how I
All
was
right.
last night. Like, yeah, no, just stick with the lemon, lime, and bitters.
That's a good plan. That's a good
Hey,
plan.
the lemon bitters is my go-to drink whenever I go to a pub or a club with friends.
It's a good
It's always
drink.
going into the lemon bitters. Yep.
Yeah,
Refreshing.
but I am going to make a riff on Corpse Reviver called a Necromancer.
A
Ooh.
necromancer. Mm.
Yeah, so it says 1.5 ounces of rum agricole, which is actually a rum that's made from cane sugar and not molasses. This is a fun Australian thing I found. It's an unaged cane spirit, so they couldn't call it rum. So it's basically fucking moonshine. And what is it? It's 45% alcohol. It's infused with Colombian cacao and cinnamon. And
You were getting close to the munted side last night there, Angry, so you might want to be a bit careful tonight.
yeah, no, I was close, and that's why I actually went to bed when I did. I thought, okay, I could stay up and have another drink and be real fucking legless, or I could go to bed.
I got pretty wasted last night. Because we kicked on until like 3 or 4 in the morning. Like,
Yeah,
No, it must have been 4 your time because it was 2 my time.
it would have been 4 my time, yeah.
Wow.
no.
I did not have the energy for that
No.
last night, but I didn't attempt to engage.
Alrighty.
I wasn't in the one last night, I don't think.
No.
But I've just started a week of leave from work, which admittedly it's not like I can go anywhere, so I'm just going to be gardening and catching up with some friends. So
Yeah.
I will actually probably be able to jump onto Angry Family if it opens up this week.
Oh, nice. Nice.
Yeah,
I love the-
Safa,
I love the
there's
terminology
this-
Angry Bunch. I love it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just because it looked
Yeah.
like the Brady Bunch opening credits, but
Yeah.
It works. though.
Safa just mentioned there's this stray cat that's around in my area, and it looks a lot like my cat. Like they're both brown tabbies. But yeah, the other night it was it came to my front door and was yowling, and I went
yes.
down there and I was like, you know, I wanted to try and help it out, but then once it saw me, it bolted off. I'm like, well,
Yeah.
what were you yelling at the door for if you're just gonna fuck off? Like, do you not want help or food?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, it's weird. Okay, I just saw
yeah,
Kirsten
feral
kicking
cats
back.
are weird.
Kirsten's kicking back with salted caramel Tim Tams and rum, which is
Yeah, I
pretty
need those
good.
camps.
Okay, well
Yeah.
that's enough of that. I'll take all of those bloody Tim Tams off you, Kirsten.
I'm
I'm just going to turn my mic off so I don't make a horrible noise with the shake.
Go for it,
Alright.
Amy.
I'm trying to decide whether I can be bothered getting out of bed to make a smoothie or not, because I haven't eaten dinner. Because trauma, but I'm like, I should eat.
Trauma.
Oh yeah, just family stuff.
Oh, sorry to hear that.
I had a lovely dinner. I had some Moroccan lamb and couscous and naan bread.
This
I made
is the
chicken
thing,
stroganoff.
If I had like
Nice.
housemates or something to cook for me, I probably would have been force fed, and that's fine. But unfortunately, I am my own master, and that's not great.
No,
Yeah, that's
I'm the cook in my family. I love my wife to tears,
Yeah.
but she could burn water.
Me too. Me too. I'm the best cook in the house, so
No,
that's
whether or
my
not I'm the
job
best
here.
cook, whether or not I'm the best cook in the house, well, it's me, my brother, and my wife. And my brother can't cook. My wife could burn water, so I'm definitely the best cook in the house. But best cook that I know, no.
But yeah, it's a low bar.
Yeah, it's a pretty low bar to vault.
I've got a really nice sort of pink drink now.
Ooh.
It's looking. Yeah, you need the umbrella.
Mm. Mm. Oh, that's good. This yeah,
Pluto's
coming through.
That looks.
Pluto's just-
It looks sweet. Is that a sweet cocktail?
It's like because it's got grapefruit juice, which makes it tart. But a few of the ingredients are sweet, and a few are more on the tart or bitter side. This stuff, drunk straight, has a real fucking bite because it's unaged white rum, basically.
What's its
And-
proof?
90 proof, 45% alcohol.
Oh.
Jesus.
It's really sharp because it's unaged.
That'd also be bloody flammable.
Yeah, it's now you have to really go above 50% alcohol to ignite easily, and I've got a few of those. Let me tell you, like this one, there was a splash of this in there. This is 80%. So
Ooh.
Oh, that's absinthe.
yeah, that's an absinthe. It's 80% alcohol. That's the peak alcohol content that I have at the moment. But yeah, because that thing's infused with cacao. When you use it as a mixer, that actually comes up. This has got a really nice chocolate element in it.
Ooh.
A friend of mine, he brews his own mead, and
Nice.
Goal of mine.
yeah, no, I
Yeah,
tried.
I'm gonna try
tried-
that sometime.
I tried a shot of his mead once because I wanted to know what it tasted like.
Yeah.
Now, I was a Cadbury kid before I stopped drinking. I'm still a Cadbury kid now, but one shot of this and there was a tingle. Like, it
Yeah.
was really bloody potent.
Yeah, I want to make honey.
I make my own cider during like autumn and winter
Mm,
because that's the best time to do it because
the apples, yeah.
it likes to be cold.
This is mead that Mrs. Angry made in the 90s, I think. It's been
Wow.
So
I love
the label,
that might be as old as I am.
Am I seeing like a sediment at the bottom of that, or?
yes, you are. There is a sediment at the bottom of that, but it stays at the bottom. It behaves itself. This is a very sweet mead. She describes it as honey used in a strong wine. So actually, I might try and come up with a mead cocktail to make with this.
Yes. Sorry, I love mead.
Yeah. So I've also got her plum wine and a fennel wine she made, which
Ooh,
she said
that'd be-
is
Oh,
strong. It is. It's good. It's just really aromatic with the herbs and.
I would love to taste
fennel.
that. Yeah, I love
Mm.
fennel. So that would be
Mm.
very interesting.
I
There
might
was a
make
wine.
something. Yeah.
There was a wine that my dad used to get from a place in Rockhampton called Djibouti Kaba. Has anybody ever heard of that?
No.
If you can ever get your hands on a bottle of Djibouti Kaba, I cannot recommend it highly enough. As a person who cannot taste the difference between $5 plonk and $800 bottle of wine, I actually enjoyed Djibouti Kaba.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ooh, Kirsten says a couple of the good bartenders in Melbourne are making their own mead and then swapping it around, so they're getting each other's mead.
So good.
That sounds good.
Yeah, no,
Alright.
the home brewing scene, it's a lot more vast than I ever thought before.
Yeah.
Hmm. Okay, I'm going
Melbourne,
to ask other people to help with me make an adult decision. Do I make a chocolate protein smoothie that will technically be filling but not necessarily the healthiest option, or do I do the fruit smoothie that's the healthier option?
Lumi,
That's like
you've just
Chocolate.
no, you've had a
If you've
bad day
a
with the
shitty day,
family.
it's always chocolate.
Yeah, you've
Go
had a bad
chocolate.
time with the family.
Chocolate.
You're lying down in
Treat
bed,
yourself.
feeling horrible and all of that sort of stuff. Chocolate lifts everybody's spirits.
treat
Yeah.
yourself.
Treat
Alright.
yourself.
Protein
Okay.
will be better for your blood sugar as well.
But I do like the
Mm.
fight for
Oh,
health
true.
there.
Protein and blood sugar.
The inner person was going, no, I must be virtuous. Whereas everyone else was going, fuck that.
Yeah.
And you know, deep down inside yourself, you're going, I'm looking for that oxytocin hit that
Yeah.
I didn't get from the family. Yeah.
I think
I
sometimes
would
you
also
need
recommend
to
other
get
things
it
with chocolate as
self-care.
well, but I'm not allowed to say them on YouTube.
But I think sometimes I know like the better self-care I should do, but then I feel
Yeah.
guilty because that's literally by being traumatized. I'm not allowed to take care of myself. I'm like, oh
Yeah,
wait,
well,
I can because I'm.
Well, the thing is, if you feel guilty later about having a chocolate protein shake as opposed to a fruit smoothie, you could just go, oh, bugger those guys on the internet, peer pressure, it's all their fault. See, it's
Yeah.
Is that what you're talking about, feeling guilty about the chocolate, or is it that you said the self-care that you should have you'd be feeling guilty about?
Any sort of self-care I was never permitted to kind of have. So anytime I take care of myself, I feel guilty because I'm not allowed to take care of myself because I'm not worth it, apparently. I know I am worth it,
way
but it's not to.
until I was fed speed and amphetamines and something else while I was being blown. And all of a sudden, I found that self-care was a thing to be valued. And they were all introduced
You're
to
worth
me,
it.
in ways that enter the body very quickly. Usually, you've got to wait for these things to kick in, but if you direct them correctly, they will enter very, very quickly, and the resultant effect is pretty spectacular.
No, I think it's the thing with a lot of adults in today's society, though, is that a lot of adults feel that if they try to employ any real form of health, like self-love or self-care, that they're somehow being selfish or wrong or horrible for doing so. Whereas I think we need to kind of address that BS.
Well, I
if
tell you
you're
what,
in,
I tell you what,
no, if you're,
Grasshopper, no shit. Doctors have logs now that they have to hand into the board every year, every 3 months actually, and in that log, they have how many hours of self-care did you do, and if they don't have enough hours of self-care, they either have 3 weeks to make it up, or they get deregistered until they do make it up.
I mean, that's a good thing. I mean, it's one of the industries with the highest rate of burnouts as doctors.
So why wouldn't we have a logbook going, right, I need X amount of cocaine. Well, no, not necessarily cocaine. Let's just say high-end amphetamine. Let's just say self-care, right? Angry, you're listening to this because you're involved in this, buddy.
The cocaine. Okay.
And remember the bitches part, which I had no idea about. Anyway, I had another idea too, which I think would be cheap and easy.
Is
But
it called
anyway,
easy? Sorry.
No, it's
Cheap and easy.
It's a Vox Popular thing where we make someone feel really fucking good for an afternoon.
Yeah. That would be a fun Vox Pop. Where you just go up to someone and just say something nice about them and see how they react.
You find someone who's sitting down looking a bit glum and who isn't a fashion model.
Yeah.
Go, you know what?
You're beautiful.
We're not creeps. We're just humans. And we were looking at you and we don't think people will tell you look fabulous enough, often enough. So we are doing a TV show and we're going to treat you to an afternoon of feeling good about yourself. What's your boss's name? Because we're going to ring him up and say you can't come into work because you've been kidnapped.
That's a great idea.
We're going to take you out to places that we've organised sponsors and maybe get him a makeover, maybe get him a new clothes.
Yeah, spa day.
Sponsors, and then basically talk them up all day. And if they've got a significant other, get the significant other in and talk them up, and leave at an appropriate juncture.
I think
that's a great idea.
No, it's something that the world overall, I think, needs more of is an ingrained permission for people to be able to go, you know what? I'm not up for this tonight, so I'm not going to do this tonight. And people not to turn around to them and say, well, you're a piece of shit for not doing this tonight. For people to turn around and say, you know what? Today I'm going to lie down in bed naked and eat Tim Tams and watch trashy TV to make myself feel better. And have the entire world turn around and go, you know what? That life choice is completely valid. You do you. So that a person understands that taking care of themselves is actually a good thing.
Yeah, and that's something that a few more of us need to understand.
Yeah,
taking care of yourself is a positive, not a selfish thing. But
Pluto's being very cute. He's lying down under my feet.
Being a good boy tonight. That's nice.
I need to go.
Stuff is just something that the world's stuffed.
No, it's really a thing. Like I like I said before, I'm married and I love my wife to tears, and I take care of my brother who has frontal lobe brain damage. So when I wake up and I've got my things to do in terms of work and whatnot, I'll do what I can to help my wife with the various things that she's doing. I'll do what I need to do in order to make sure that my brother's okay. Check in on him and all of that sort of stuff. I'll make dinner, I'll clean up afterwards, whatnot. I'll do my work, but then after that, I'll need some me time to kind of unwind and be me again.
Yeah.
And that might be hopping onto the stream with you guys, or playing some games, or reading a book, or listening to some music, or whatever the case may be. And there are people who have heard that that's what I do, and they're like, no, you're supposed to be still there taking care of your brother all night, or you're supposed to be doing something else. And it's like, no, buggy you.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want to do that for like a week of not taking care of myself and then just be a grumpy bastard to everybody around me. Like, that's just horrible.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
hi, guys.
We have Lee. Hey, how you going, Lee?
Hi.
Yeah, good.
Too bad you can't see him. Ludo's being very cute.
Oh, we're all accepting Ludo's
He's down on
cute.
the floor.
Yeah, no, we absolutely accept your assertion that he is being cute because by
Yeah.
virtue of the fact that he is just adorable.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Wait.
Isaiah, stop.
Oh.
I found a drink called a quarantine order, which sounds apt for the moment. And then the first ingredient is 3 ounces of rum. So I'm going like, yeah.
Speak for
Triple
yourself,
shot of
yeah, 3 ounces
rum.
of rum is going to help out that.
Yeah.
I deserve it.
So, yeah, speaking of I deserve it, I'm going to make this drink that starts with a triple shot of rum. I'm going to mix it with a few different rums.
Curious.
Because that's the thing I can do because I've got a couple different rums. This one and this one. Split it between these two. 7-year-old Floricana and 12-year-old Diplomatico.
Diplomatico.
Yes.
Sounds very hoity-toity.
Does it look at this? It's like a old school postage stamp as the label. Diplomatico Reserva Exclusiva, courtesy of Ron Antiguo. So I'm going to split between these two. So we're very rummy. Got it.
I heard 2 mask stories today.
A mask story.
2 mask stories.
I'll have to turn the big light on
You're gonna.
to show.
Well, why don't you wait till you're back at the thing rather than shouting it across the room? I'm
Oh,
just throwing it out
fine.
there.
Whatever.
But
Or should I say, how does it go? Yeah, that's right. Whatever.
My battery's a bit low.
I love-
I'll have to turn.
Actually, AZ, I'll teach you the sign language version of whatever because it's so much better. And it's making a W with both of your hands and going, whatever.
Oh, he's up now.
that's I like that. Yeah.
Whatever.
All right, we'll do that one.
Whatever. Speak to the hand.
Oh yeah, I like Megaleech's suggestion. Charlie, connect also with your smartphone.
Yeah,
That can be a Ludo phone. Frankie
I'm
the Skin,
fine.
hello to you, sir.
Hey, Lee.
Hello.
And,
Oh, he's Ludo Cam.
working.
Working.
Oh,
wait a second. I think you
You're going to need to mute one of those microphones.
which way do I have to? Oh shit. Okay.
got to mute your phone.
Yeah, you got to mute the phone and the speaker, darling.
Yeah, I'm trying.
Okay, that's freaky. I'm going to give you a couple minutes to see if it's
Sounded
working.
like something out of like a horror game. Sorry.
That sounds like a horror movie.
Yeah, that no offense to you at all, Bunny, but that just went through me like a rusty nail. Oh.
Wait, I'm gonna try
rather
something.
And not the drink.
Okay. So, wait a sec. Charlie's muted the
My
phone.
phone is.
Working now?
My phone
No,
is.
no, that's a feedback loop happening big time there.
Yeah.
Not sure why.
Well, I don't.
So, yeah, it was a good experiment, but I don't think it's going to work, Charlie. Well,
Yeah, I think you need to turn off
we'll
Ludo Cam.
just get
darling.
rid of the Ludo Cam because I don't, and then we can bring you back.
There we are.
There we are. It sounds like
I
It
don't
was
know how to
fun
make
while it
that work.
lasted.
yeah, that's okay. Technology got the best of us for a moment, but that's okay. I forgot the thing. I'm making a drink, aren't I? What else do I have to put in it?
Well, have you put in the 3 ounces of rum?
I have put in the 3 ounces of rum. It also has an ounce of grapefruit juice, so it's like virtually a health food.
Of course. Yeah, no, that just makes it healthy.
Yeah, and lime juice as well. You see how
My
much?
phone's battery is almost dead anyway. I gotta plug that
Oh,
in.
okay.
Like when I went out to dinner a few weeks ago, and I ordered a steak with chips, and they
Yeah.
were like, "Oh, what do you want on the side of that?" And for some reason, I don't know why, I just didn't think of it. I also just said mash, so I got chips and mash,
Nice.
and so steak, chips, and mash. And it arrives at the table. Everybody's like, "Glad to see you're eating healthy." And I picked up a chip and I went, "It's a vegetable. It makes it healthy."
Absolutely. All right.
Yeah.
Things back and get some other things. What do I want? I need something that's cinnamon and something that's passion fruit now. Okay.
I like both of those things. I don't know about them together, but I like both of those things.
Speaking of, so next week I start an 8-week gym challenge. I did it last year. The meals are very meat focused, and because I'm not a huge meat eater, I just struggled with the menu, and then just kind of this is too hard and stopped. Which, when you've paid $80 for the luxury of this doing a challenge, you might as well stick to it. So this year I'm doing it because they've given us vegetarian options, and they've also given us more options in, because I don't want to just focus on like losing weight. For me, I want to focus on building my strength, because I don't have enough upper body strength to a handheld drill. And that's kind of a handy thing to have when you live by yourself. So, so I started that on Monday, and I did all my food shop for it. And maybe 2 things were things that I don't normally eat. Everything else is food that I normally eat, just in a different way than how I approach it. But I laughed. They had a protein bowl, and they're like, peppermint and buy this. And I was like, I'm not going to buy that. I literally have gingerbread flavored protein powder. I'm going to make flavored protein balls, because that tastes like it's not supposed to be healthy, but it will be. So I'm on board with that.
Cool.
Yeah, that sounds like it's worth to go.
Kirsten, you should come up to my place. I make really good mash.
Oh, hello, little one. Yep. And the little cat that just went zooming behind the bub. That was absolutely adorable.
Kirsten wants to get proper food because the hotel isolation food.
Yeah. Come up to my place. I make the best mash.
Frankie apparently sent me a status about a silly mouse at work. I missed it, but I'm going to look for it now.
Anyway, I've just ran into a small problem of my own, and that is I'm out of iced tea, so I'll be right back.
Alrighty. What else? Okay, I've just got to shake my. Oh no, I'm going to put it in my tiki mug.
And now my glass is empty.
You can't drink my smoothie. Sorry, the cat is now trying to drink the chocolate smoothie.
Oh. Both cats try to eat the pancakes that I cooked, and I'm thinking, you can't eat that.
Sweet that they want to participate, but it's like, not that.
No, that will kill you.
All right. Got my tiki mug. Gonna get this one out of the way. I'll make myself some room.
I need to get mugs, because I'm currently using one of my Iron Maiden mugs. So I've just got this angry-looking skull staring back at me.
Yeah, I can see that being a bit confrontational.
I was just like, that was a bad decision.
One time I had an alien mask, and I decided to hang it up in my room, and then I just stared at it all night going, oh my goodness, a grey alien in my room. Even though it was just a mask, but I got petrified of it.
Yeah.
Because if that was an actual grey alien, I'd be scared out of my wits.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people, Americans, on the social media posting one of the American stores, Home Depot or something, is selling this 12-foot tall skeleton for Halloween celebration. It costs hundreds of dollars or whatever, but it's this really cool, just monstrous skeleton you can put in your yard. Quite like
a light up skull, but it also makes noise. If it was just gigantic and lit up, I'd be fine, but because it makes noise, it'll freak the cat out, who will then freak me out.
Disconcerting.
I was lucky enough once to be at my aunt and uncle's place, and they had little kids at the time, and in the middle of the night we were all woken up, and what's going on? I said, there are monsters in this house and they must be killed.
Yeah.
So these 2 little kids who'd seen the monsters were there, and Dad particularly, but Mum giving it a bit of a hand, and said, "Righto, who saw the monsters?" And two little kids, you know, and they're going, "Righto, well, obviously the ones who saw the monsters have to kill them. Where did you see them?" And they pointed at the cupboard, and so they got brooms and baseball bats and sticks and things like that, and got like oversized crash helmets and you know, goggles on. And they said, "Now you need some warriors to help you." So that was me and my bro, because we were bigger, and so we would have backed them up, and we had to make a lot of noise. And monsters only ever come out in the dark, so we had to turn the lights off, make a lot of noise, run at the cupboard and stab and kill this monster before it got away. And so we set up these kids. I'm making a long story short here. We set up these kids, and lights went out, and we all like, "Ah!" Run toward the cupboard, bang, 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 smash, lots of noise. Lights go back on, and one of them had put grey either paint or craft ink stain on the cupboard, and they went, "Look, it's monster blood. You killed it as it was trying to get away. Well done. You've killed the monster. Go, monster killing champions. We must have a feast." So at like 1 o'clock in the morning, we were having ice cream and berries, and like the oldies were having port. And the kids were in their warrior clothes, and we had photos of them. And then we got them to put monster blood on their hands and put it next to the cupboard, next to the kill. And it was the cutest thing. And everyone was like, "Oh, it's so cute," when they were all in their warrior gear. And it was very cool. So if you have kids that are scared of monsters, go on a monster hunt. It fucking works really well. The only other thing was, apparently every couple of months they'd hear bang, bang, crash, crash, bang, bang. And I go, "What's going on?" "No, nothing. I just found a monster, just killing it." Yeah, no, it went away very quickly. So yeah, good tip for the ages.
Good tip. Sorry, I just looked up. Frank was wanting to share a story with me from his work about a mouse, silly little mouse. His mouse climbed into his rubbish thing. He's going, "No, go in the garden, mouse," and picks it up, and it runs straight back into the rubbish. And it's going, no, rubbish, bad place for mouse, because it's going in the bin. Put you in the nice garden. And he's got a mouse running up his arm and hanging onto his neck. And so it's his biggest adventure for the day, which is a bit of fun, actually. Playing with a mouse. I thought, "Oh God, what was that emergency siren?" It was just the bloody microwave, I think.
Oh, my microwave had finished cooking. What it does, it gives you a minute, and then it says, "I'm finished. I'm finished.
Yes.
I'm finished. Did you want to get the
So how's that
stuff out now?"
So how's the quarantine cocktail there, Angry?
You're in a microwave. Shut the fuck up. You've done your job enough. Nice drink.
It's making quarantine quite enjoyable. So I put a passion fruit liqueur and a cinnamon liqueur and the 3 shots of rum and some grapefruit juice and lime juice, and it's the tits, basically. It's definitely making quarantine more tolerable. I was looking for a book that had a good short horror story, and I couldn't find it. But I did find one of my... Let's see. Now I'm just happy that all the colours show up on my camera. It's a very colourful book cover. Look, and all the different colours show up. 10 cocktails. Different writers wrote like a chapter about... I haven't read this one yet. Remind me, I have to read this. There's different writers wrote like a chapter dedicated to or inspired by a particular cocktail. And it actually looks pretty good. I'm going to have to read it. I occasionally pick up things like this in book sales. So 1,001 cocktails, and fully like 850 of them are probably terrible. It's just like open a random page, one called a Nirvana, dark rum, grenadine, tamarind syrup, and sugar syrup, and grapefruit juice. Tamarind has anyone ever had tamarind? Tamarind is really nice.
Yeah,
It's like
I love tamarind.
it's like nature's warheads. It's this natural sweet sour. Tamarind is really good. Probably just because my ex was from the Philippines, and tamarind is a big part of both confectionery and cooking there. So I got exposed to it. There was this treat they make, and there's a sweet one and a salty one, and it's tamarind, and they make this sort of jelly pulp out of the tamarind fruit, and then so much sugar in it congeals, and then they wrap it around the seed from the tamarind fruit, and then the salty one is actually rolled in like crystal salt. But yeah, then you chew on that, and you just got to be careful not to actually swallow the tamarind seed. But yeah, buying them off street vendors, they were like really tasty.
That sounds delicious. That really
is.
does.
It's really nice. Because good ones, there'll be a real, pucker your lips sour to them, as well as the sweetness or the saltiness that's in them. They're really yummy. I forget what they're called, but they were a little treat that I got exposed to. It was very good. Safra, I've only been to the Philippines once. I spent a couple of weeks there meeting the family, as it were. My favorite bit was we got, the family owned a bit of property that was out of town, because I was in Manila, which is very stinky. And we'll go out of town, say this thing up in the hills that the family owned. And there was a caretaker, which was this, 300-year-old lady. With this tiny little thing bent over. And I assume she was about 300 years old by looking at her. And she didn't really speak English, but she saw me and was treating me like I was a giant, because she was only about 3 feet tall. And she kept calling me Americano. I was going, yeah, because the last white guy you probably saw out here was probably an American soldier in the Second World War. And she just kept calling me Americano and saying I was really big and stuff. And then she did this thing, because there's a superstition with some people in the Philippines, when you first meet someone, you shouldn't talk about them too much, because you single them out as someone special, and bad spirits will recognize them and go, that's someone special, I should take possession of them. So she did this thing where she realized she's been talking at me too much. And I was wearing shorts, because it's the Philippines, it's fucking tropical and it's really hot. And she spat on her fingers, and I thought, oh, what's that about? And then wipes it on the back of my knee. And I'm like, the fuck was that? And everyone, like all my ex's family, they were just in hysterics. They just thought it was really funny. And they explained it was a superstition that she's like got this old witchy thing, and that was actually to protect me. The spitting on the fingers and then wiping it on the back of my knee was protecting me. And
that's
They told you.
okay.
That's
That's an interesting thing.
yeah. Oh, and then every now and then they change it and go, no, she just wanted to spit on you. That was it.
I've been saying to you for ages, you should be spitting on my dick for protection of me,
Goodness gracious.
but you won't do it. I mean, other folk cultures, fine. 80s folk cultures, no. But didn't you have another woman who was rubbing, no. I'm just thinking of a different thing. Sorry, ignore me.
Yeah, and my girlfriend at the time, she'd put blonde streaks in her hair, and the old lady was also fascinated by that. She's going, "Your hair's beautiful. It's like corn," and this sort of thing, and And so it was a source of mirth for the rest of the day that the lady spat on her fingers and wiped it on me. And yeah, my girlfriend's going, ha, 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 she did that. And then one of her cousins just looked at her and said, she did it to your hair. And then she said, what? When she like, you let her touch your hair, and just after you let her touch your hair, she had the same realization. She was drawing attention to you, and she spat on her hand and then wiped it through your hair.
Oh my.
Little folks spells. It was great. It was wonderful. But yeah, like there used to be military bases there that are country clubs now. It's quite fascinating.
Oh, that's weird.
Yeah.
I'd say that that's a better use than being a
Yeah.
military base, personally.
Agreed.
Yeah. Well, it was like camp. There was one of the main bases just outside of Manila was called Camp John Hay. Now it's Club John Hay, and I got like a tour of it. It's a golf club. It used to be a military barracks. Now it's a golf club, and they have private security. And these guys had fucking shotguns with pistol grips. And I just noticed the wooden handles were so deeply polished, and I'm like, dude loves his gun. He sits home every night with his little polishing cloth and polishes his gun because it just fucking gleams.
There are some people who own guns where it's almost like the Full Metal Jacket guy with his gun.
Yeah.
That creepy obsession with their guns.
Yeah.
I've met a couple of people like that, and I'm just like, and why birth? Like, seriously, why birth?
Yeah. You want to stick there. Well, that's the guy got driven crazy in Full Metal Jacket. But sorry, Charlie. Yeah.
Oh yeah. So back in the 90s, my dad and his co-workers, their company, they went to Korea for a job, and they went into a bank. You know, like these guys. I guess they looked a certain way. You know. Big hairy dudes. They go into the bank, and the ladies working at the bank are like, Yakuza.
Yakuza. Oh my god.
My.
But yeah,
You know, the guy that
they were
was
the Yakuza.
the guy that was best man at my wedding, one of my best mates in the world. He's like really tall. He's just under the 7 foot. He's like 6'11".
Jesus. Okay.
Yeah, so it's always like, yeah, hey, how's the air up there?
Yeah.
His girlfriend, or actually just life partner, really, they've been together forever. She's from China. Her name is one that I won't say on a live stream. Either way, she comes up to underneath my nipple.
Right. So they're an interesting pair.
It is a very interesting pairing. Now, she's an absolute little firecracker. I love her to tears. The first night that I met her, I was being a bit too cheeky for my own good, and I ended up having a solo bottle pegged at my head from her. She's really, she's a little firecracker. I love her to tears. But, a few years ago, she decided to take the guy, my friend, over to China with her to meet her family and see what China was like and whatnot. And when they got back, I was like, so how was your trip? Did you have a good time? He was like, it was great, except I hate having my photo taken. You know I hate having my photo taken. And I'm like, yeah. He goes, dude, I was stopped 25 times a bloody day from all of these people wanting to get a photo with me. One, they'd never seen somebody so tall. And two, had never seen somebody with red hair because he's a ginger.
Yeah.
Oh.
So 25 times a day, he was getting stopped from all of these random people who just wanted to get a photo with him.
Yeah.
It just needs to be less magnificent.
Yeah, he needs to be less magnificent. Yeah. Sorry, just remind me of a meme I saw of some famous bodybuilder guy who's like 6'8", and his girlfriend's only about 5'6", and they're walking down the street together, and someone captioned it, "How?" and then attached a picture of a hamster with a banana.
Yeah.
And I was just like, "Oh, that's evil. That's evil." Okay.
Oh, a few people have actually asked about the mechanics of how he and her managed to make these sorts of things happen.
Yes.
You know, and you've got to understand, she speaks perfect
and that's
English.
an invasive question.
Oh, it is.
It is a very invasive question.
It is, but you got to understand, she's got a very thick Chinese accent, but speaks perfect English.
Yeah.
And she turned around to this person and just in this really matter-of-fact way, just to shut them up, she looked at him dead in the eyes and go, basically, I sit on him and spin.
Oh, man.
It was
amazing.
With this absolutely thick Chinese accent, with this matter-of-fact stop asking me voice, it was fantastic. I couldn't breathe. It was great.
Yep. Sorry, Frankie was just telling me something. His recent animation funny tweet about some MAGA dildo saying he'd own the libs. Frank does really funny animations, and he has one of a Black Lives Matter guy and a MAGA dude saying like, I'll do anything to own the libs, and like that's a delicious cheeseburger, and the Black Lives Matter guy goes, it's a dog turd. And he goes, no, it's not. And he eats it. He goes, see, it was a burger. Own the libs. And it's just like, this one guy, this was a true one. This guy who posted a thing saying like, after you defund the police, there'll be no one to protect you from us. And he was always
You don't
taking
understand
pictures.
what defund the police means, then, you idiot.
No. And he kept posting pictures with his guns. And apparently in a shop, he was showing off his gun, and he pulled out, and he literally shot himself in the dick. And
He should have killed himself. If anyone's seen 8 Mile.
yes,
Yeah,
yeah. But this
There
guy,
was,
shot himself in the dick. Jesus.
That's
and then there
brilliant.
was when
Absolutely
Paul Joseph Watson was posting like a picture of himself smoking a cigarette and saying like, oh yeah, the left thinks this is politically incorrect. It's like, okay, so yeah, you're giving yourself lung cancer to own the libs. Good job.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, Abigail's backstage. Abigail's joining us. Yay!
I just waved and remembered my camera's off.
reflex action. But that Paul Joseph Watson dickhead, when he posted that smoking thing to own the lib, I was just replying
that was so funny.
You know what would trigger me if you like injected heroin straight into your dick? I'd be so
I would be
by that.
so offended. Yeah.
Entirely offended. Entirely. It'd be like, I would donate to Trump's political party because of how offended I would be from that.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Yeah. What have you been up to, Abigail?
Yesterday was a very scary and anxiety-ridden day for me.
You've got a whole Dalek thing happening with your voice. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I'll fix that now.
I know, you're techie enough, you'll know what I mean and you'll fix it. Friendly neighborhood
I gotta
Abigail.
get a refill.
Is that better?
That is better, yes.
Much better.
Excellent. So yeah, there was a bit of a domestic situation in my house involving a very hormonal teenage boy that triggered all of my childhood trauma.
Oh no.
Yeah, I had to leave the house at like 9ish. It was fucking cold, and I forgot my glasses, forgot my mask.
Okay.
I called a few people just to stop crying, and then I called his mum and said, please come and get him.
Oh
And
god.
he's at her place. It was a fucked up situation. I fucked up, he fucked up. But he just started screaming and yelling and started like threatening, and he's bigger and stronger than me now.
I was about to say
so-
teenage boys, yeah.
Yeah, and
my lad's got 4 inches on me, and
usually I'd be okay because I do know martial arts, but in my weakened chronic fatigue / fibromyalgia state, the past couple of years have been really tough, and plus all the childhood trauma of having a really abusive, violent father was just too much. So so that's what happened to me last night. I'm okay now. Nothing bad happened except for screaming and yelling. And he's out in the country at the moment.
Okay. We're room to run around in the paddocks.
Yeah. So how was everyone else?
Good. Well, Salumi's been having family stuff, so it's a bit of a therapy session tonight all
Yeah,
round.
I also had childhood trauma emerge because, and what annoyed me was as soon as I got this contact from this particular family member, my brain went, oh no, this is what Sharon, my psych, and I have talked about, and this is what's going to happen. So I was trying to be careful with how I phrased things, and literally exactly what Sharon and I knew would happen is what happened, and then I ended up just having shock, and I was like, great, why did I not respond? So now I just
Family. Yeah. Yeah, so I've had to spend a bit of time talking to my sister who's probably dying, so it's just like, cool. You know.
Oh yeah, I was in the shopping centre and two people were having conversation with each other, and then one guy said to this guy who's Italian, I admire my culture because we invented pizza. This guy was Greek talking. And then this Italian guy got so offended, and I was just like, oh my goodness.
Of all of the things to be offended over, who invented pizza?
Who invented pizza? Sorry, I'm just remembering Hogan's Heroes got repeated 1 million times when I was a kid. And the POW camp in World War II, and they had, you know, a white American, a black American, a British prisoner, a French prisoner, and at one point they had an Italian in the camp, and they were trying to butt around, and their French prisoner was a really good cook, and they were trying to make the Italian happy, make him a pizza, and the French guy's complaining. He's like, it's covered with tomato sauce on it. And it's just no, this is good. What's your problem, mate? Fucking French. Again, the fucking Angry Bunch slogan is cut that French shit out.
Cut the French shit.
Cut the French shit.
Yeah.
Well,
which the French are going to have to brace for us getting a retirement in the French countryside.
LeBeau was very important because his cooking was what kept Schultz happy. Yeah.
I'll be back in
what I
one
love
second.
is the actors. Schultz and
and Schultz said to LeBeau, "You're a better cook than my wife, and you're better looking than my wife."
The and Schultz and Colonel Klink, they were both Austrian, so they actually had no problem making fun of Germans because they were actually Austrian.
Actually, all of the Germans on Hogan's Hero were Jews, and they said they were ex World War II refugee Jews.
Oh no!
And they said, "Oh, are you going to do the show?" And I said, "Yes, we will. The conditions are the Germans never, ever win."
Yeah.
They said, "Oh no, that's not realistic. Sometimes the Germans got to win." They said, "No,
the Germans are going to be stupid all the time.
Ever win." And so they said, "Okay." And so they had the perfect German accents from perfect Germans. And Austrians, and they fucking did the show until the big fella got shot. Do we ever know why he got shot?
What, in real life? Are you saying?
Yeah.
Bob Crane. There's funny biopic of Bob Crane because Bob Crane was a fucking sex fiend. I
heard about the orgies.
He exploited all his fame to be in sex parties and whatnot. He used to do a thing, there's a bit in the movie, he would go to bars in LA when he knew syndicated reruns of Hogan's Heroes were about to come on. And he'd say to the barman, "Hey, can you put it on Channel 6? And the barman would go, "Yeah." And then he'd just sit there so someone over there would sort of look past him at the TV and see him on the TV. And he'd have a drink like he didn't know it was happening. And a woman would go, "Oh, isn't that you?" And he'd look around and go, oh, I hate it when that happens.
So pretentious.
Oh, yeah.
No.
Someone jealous in one of his sex didn't shoot him, beat him. Oh, I think, they shot him and then beat him because he made homemade porno films as well.
Oh, no.
And he was found with his head caved in. Someone had shot him and beat his head in with the tripod that the camera was on.
Jeez, that's a bit harsh.
Apparently, it was super obvious who did it, but the cops didn't give a shit because it was just some weirdo pervert actor who got murdered, and they just didn't care. And so no one was ever prosecuted for his death because the cops just didn't care.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That is
I'll tell you.
crazy.
I'll tell you my favorite Jewish joke, Angry, and
Protected.
Okay. Yeah.
All right.
Okay. Jewish
there's
joke.
an elderly Jewish guy by the name of Ida. He wins $6 million in the lotto.
Yep.
The journalist comes up and starts doing the lotto winning interview with him. Ida, congratulations! You've just won $6 million in the lotto. What are your plans with the money? And he goes, well, as you know, I'm a Jewish man, and like a good Jewish man, I'm going to make it so that my children never have to work a day in their life, and everything will ever be taken care of for them. So $2 million is going into a trust fund so that they can be taken care of for the rest of their life. Oh yeah, no, that's great. And he's writing it down. And he goes, and what else are you going to be doing with the money? And he goes, well, I go to my synagogue every day, and my synagogue is in major need of repairs. It's all falling down. So I'm going to donate $2 million to my synagogue so that it can get rebuilt and be beautiful, and people can come there and worship. Oh yeah, no, that's great. That's great. And what are you going to be doing with the last of the money? And he turns around, he goes, well, I'm going to be donating that to the Nazi Party of Germany. And the journalist almost drops the pad and the pen. I beg your pardon? And he goes, no, you heard me. I'm going to be donating that to the Nazi Party of Germany. Ida, what on earth? The Nazi Party of Germany, they're responsible for the massacring of your people, and you yourself were kept in a concentration camp. Why on earth would you be interested in bloody funding their cause? And he points to his wrist and he goes, well, they give me my lucky numbers, didn't they?
Oh,
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Yeah.
oh, that's beautiful. Oh my
Some
god.
of my ancestors went to that famous place in
I know so
Poland.
many Jews that
What,
piss
Treblinka
themselves
or
at that,
something?
and some of them
No,
would stab you.
Auschwitz.
Okay, I got to tell you.
Jewish.
Okay, Jewish joke I heard today for the first time. It was on social media. Okay, there was a Jewish community. They were in a northern part of the US near the Canadian border, and they had a cow that was central to providing their little community with milk, and they make cheese and whatnot. And the cow stopped giving milk, and they were kind of desperate, and nothing they did made the cow give milk. But then they heard just across the border in Ottawa, there was a farmer who had really prize-winning dairy cows that he was selling at a really good price. And so the townspeople pooled their money and bought a dairy cow from this guy in Ottawa and brought it in, and it just produced just record amounts of milk, 4 times more than their last cow did. Kept everyone fed. They make cheese. It was beautiful. And they said, this cow's perfect. We need more. We've got a prize bull. We should breed them and we'll have more cows, and it'll do so well for us. But every time the bull went to the cow would just move away. Like, it was the right time of the month for the cow should have been in season. And no matter what they tried, if the bull came from behind, the cow walked away. If the bull came front on, the cow backed off. If the bull tried to approach from the side, the cow would just run off the other way. And they were flummoxed. And they thought, what's happening? And they thought, the rabbi's very wise. Maybe he'll know. And they explained the situation. They said, Rabbi, we've got this cow. We want to breed more, but it keeps running away from the bull. No matter what we try, the cow rejects the bull and goes around. And the rabbi considers for a moment and goes, is the cow from Ottawa? And they went, Rabbi, we're so glad we came to you. You are so wise. How did you know the cow was from Ottawa? And he went, my wife's from Ottawa.
Anyway, you guys,
So bad.
Of
don't.
course, I've all heard of the rabbi who goes to confession,
Yeah.
and the priest and Bob goes, "Fuck man, that's the rabbi." Okay, this could be a big win here.
Yeah.
And yes, and the rabbi comes in and says, "This is not my usual gig. I believe you start to forgive me, Father. I've sinned." And yes, sir. Colleague, please feel free to unburden yourself of all of your sins. Well, it started like this. I recently was unfaithful with my wife, with an 18-year-old teenage girl who is beautiful. She has wonderful breasts, the most amazing body you've ever seen, thin, gorgeous. Hair, luscious, everywhere, luscious and blonde, so blonde, and eyes that you could go swimming in. Basically, we made love 6 times in one day. And then the next day it was only 4, but then 6 again the next day. And today it's only been 5, but I've been out and about. And the priest goes, well, I'm a priest. Why are you telling me? Telling you? I'm fucking telling everyone.
Don't.
Charlie's got one. Sorry.
I've got one. Yeah. Don't joke about the Holocaust, man. My grandfather died in a
No.
concentration camp. He fell
My
out of the
ancestors
watchtower.
too.
Yeah.
Fucking
Hey guys,
nice.
guys,
Fucking
we finally have the
nice.
answer. You know why all
Nice.
Jewish men. You know why all Jewish men are circumcised, don't you?
Why?
Because Jewish women go nuts for anything 10% off.
Oh my.
I always wanted to do I can get this. I'm going to have some Irish cream. But I always wanted to do a routine to an actual Jewish audience. And just as a non-Jewish person, the yarmulke, it's a lovely little thing. Did you ever notice it perfectly covers the bit where male pattern baldness sits in? And who came up with it? And it's like, Rabbi, that's a tasteful little thing you've got in the hip. What's that? Oh, God revealed to me that all men should wear that. And they go, really? Yes, it's a symbol of, our reverence. And we're one of the chosen. And Rabbi, is it a coincidence it's covering your bald patch? It's like, no, what?
I love that Nettie
I
has just come in.
It covers a bald patch.
No.
That's all I'm saying.
I love all the Jewish health laws. You're not allowed to eat shellfish because it's 45 degrees in the shade over there. And, of course, in 5 seconds, the shellfish grow up.
Yeah.
Why aren't you allowed to do that? Well, because of bacteria and because God said. Okay?
Yeah.
What I love is
mildly complicated. You say to the Neolithic fucking nomad because God said. And
were they running into like an Assyrian guy with a fruit cart that's got shellfish on it, and you're like 12 hours from the coast in 40 degree heat?
Yeah, exactly.
And
so they would have sat out in the sun all day and gone bad. Yeah.
The shellfish is good. What's the matter?
The
And pork as
shellfish,
well before the advent of refrigeration. Pork was
Exactly.
dodgy. We would get trichinosis. Yeah.
Oh, but Australian pork is notoriously clean. Except
ours is
for
good.
the feral pork. The Australian pork you can pretty much eat raw. And
Were there a lot of Australian pork
You do
farmers
that-
hanging around in Moses' time?
Yes.
I don't know. Yes, the live animal exports, they've been doing it for a
Well,
long
they're trying to
time.
get the methods across, but they're all going, poo-poo to you. We're not interested in your thing. We're going to eat birds that come out of the sky. And you're going to die.
Transport,
You're going to die.
like, because of where I live, I live on a main road that sort of is quite near where there's quite a lot of freight that comes through. And every Sunday at a particular time of the afternoon, I try not to be in the lounge room because you can just hear the pigs squealing as they get driven past. And it just sounds so freaking unnerving. And I feel for them because I don't I can't imagine going at the speed that they're going, not knowing what's happening. That would freak me out. Oh, I don't like it. Can I just, I just want to be like, it's okay. Let's just put you somewhere where it's green and happy. And we'll deal with slaughtering later.
You know what they found more and more is what they were doing was they were putting big slats in between the wood for the stock cars, so the animals could breathe. Yeah, which sounds humane, and so it gets all the smell out and nastiness out. And what they were finding was, in fact, if they push the stalls in closer, so the animals can't move around too much, and if they put them closer together vertically and darkened it, as well as putting a lot of fresh air pumped in from the outside, mildly cooled. It would basically take the stink out, and it would calm the animals to the point where they would get another 15 to 20% market value when they arrived. So a lot of the stock carriers are going over to that system of basically putting the animal in a safe cave and making it a nighttime experience. And the hum of the wheels on the road is actually very calming if it's the only thing going on. And they've said they've had really quiet rides. One driver had to stop 6 times with his new system because he was worried the fucking stock had died because they were quiet.
Not making
He's going,
noise.
"Shit, they're
Oh my
dead."
goodness.
Frankie?
He's opened up the back and they're like, "No, they're fine."
Oh,
and off they went.
Charlie, you
But,
just saw what Frankie posted. I was gonna-
Frankie? Yeah, there was okay, yeah, it was a book first, and then there was a movie in 81, but then then they did a series.
Yeah,
of
of
Puberty
Puberty
Blues,
Blues.
and the series was great.
Okay, so Frankie, yeah, if you get the movie, it's this Puberty Blues is this brilliant snapshot of 70s bogan surf culture. The TV series, which was made recently, if you can find that like on a download site or something, was very good. But that's funny because
I love the series.
it's a period piece that was made now, whereas Puberty Blues, the movie, was made at the time.
made then.
About. So it's this really raw, surfy bogan shit in it.
1970s Cronulla.
Didn't that movie get some traction because there was some horrible sex scene in it or something?
Probably.
There were a few.
Scenes
There were
in
a
it.
few.
Yeah.
There was a couple of deaths.
These
girls, the Solani sisters,
there was
effectively a true story.
Yeah, Kathy
Kathy
Lett
Lett.
and Gabrielle something. They wrote that together, and it was based on their own lives growing
Actual
up in
experiences,
in 1970s Cronulla, and like and just these horrible boys. But it was like they just accepted it at the time, like.
Shit. Sorry, just
Boys
absolutely left field. Megalith was just thrown into the chat, working in IT. He had a
Right,
job.
I've got to go.
All right, see you, Lee.
Peace and
See you,
love.
mate.
Okay, nightly.
Bye.
Megalith is saying he's working in an abattoir. One time he looked up on the conveyor line. There was a half-skinned cow making its way down the line. You'll never forget the muscle twitches. Those dudes been permanently traumatized by working in an abattoir. Jesus.
Oh yeah.
That's
Most
rough.
people are. Most like normal people.
Most of my family worked in abattoirs, so I grew up listening to all of the stories, things like all different kinds of things. And it was usually Sunday roast. So the uncles would be trying to gross you out so that they can eat your roast. Like, fuck off, motherfucker.
Yeah. Yeah, fucking own.
So none of that
My
bothers me.
second ever, you start, when in abattoir, you start right down the bottom, which is the chaser brings in the beasts, they slaughter them, then you pick them up by the hind legs and then you hook them. And they go down the line. And that's the lowest job. My second ever beast was a kicker. And what happens is they've still got nervous signals going through their spine, and you pick them up by the back legs and they fucking fight you. They're dead. And these zombie fucking animals are kicking and you're trying to basically stick them on the hook. And all these supportive men are standing around laughing and going, you got a kicker! I'm going, you know, when I get the right amount of protein in me, I'm going to hurt you too. but they found that there's a lot of violence in abattoirs between the men, and they found it's because of the hormones in the sheep, not the beef, but the sheep. Basically affects their own hormonal balance, and they get way more aggressive than normal, which is why you'll find a lot of butchers are way more aggressive than they need to be. Because it's the slow intake of these hormones over time.
Right. Just want to say bye to LP, who's leaving in the chat. Hi, LP.
See you, mate.
See ya.
Weird guys in abattoirs, AZ. One of the stranger jobs I've had in the past was like doing data entry for credit applications from Harvey Norman, and they were coming in from all over the country, and you just had to type them in, and then an algorithm said yes or no, this person was going to be granted credit to buy. And I was entering one because it gave their name and address and their job and what they were buying. And this one's from Dubbo. How cool! This guy works at the abattoir. This is the abattoir in Dubbo. Oh, he's the head slaughterman. He's 35. And I was thinking, how long have you been in the current job? He's been working at the abattoir since he was 17. He's single, and he's buying about $10,000 worth of entertainment. I'm going, guy who's alone, has worked in a slaughterhouse for 20 years. Please, God, grant him this entertainment center, because I think he's going to go on a killing spree if he doesn't get it.
Give him his porn.
Like, in all seriousness, if you failed the credit check, I would have appended a note. No, for real, guys, give it to him. Just give it to him.
Make it happen. You would have actually physically ticked the box, credit approved. And just sent it through, because they would have missed it. They would have missed it.
Yeah. But he was gainfully employed. He'd been in the same job for 20 years, killing animals. And it was just like, Jesus, this dude's going to be fucking special at this point.
Yeah, but see, here's the thing, right? I kill animals all the fucking time. Okay? If I see an ant, that motherfucker can't run fast enough. I will hunt ants through cupboards, down the back bins, and outside. If an ant makes it outside, it goes, I'm home free. Get the resistance to pick me up in a Lysander. No, motherfucker, I've got dogs. And I will chase ants. People in the house have seen me chasing ants down the corridor and gone, 80 again.
Can I make a request?
Yeah.
Can we stop talking about killing animals now?
Okay. Even though it was
that's a good idea.
All right, we're going to shift
abattoirs and
let's talk about something nice.
All right.
We're going to talk about bisexuality.
Well, I painted a rainbow on a police station today.
Yeah, that was nice.
And I got caught.
And the cop beat you up saying we'll have none of that nonsense around here.
And the policeman said, that's a pretty rainbow. That's what we need in these times. And went inside. And I thought, it's time for me to finish my rainbow and just go. Which I did.
Oh, as Megaleech fed us, Abigail, speaking of Star Trek, Mrs. Angry is always
end up talking about Star Trek.
Yeah. Mrs. Angry was watching some Deep Space Nine, and it's the one that a lot of people actually cite for Klingons being very trans acceptance, because it's Jadzia Dax, and she's trying to tell these old crazy Klingons who were friends with the previous Dax. Curzon Dax, and it gets through to this guy who's drunk on blood wine that this is the latest iteration, and he goes, oh, my old friend Curzon Dax, and she says Jadzia Dax now, and he goes, oh, my old friend Jadzia Dax.
Yes, I love that
and
part.
He gets it instantly. Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, and it's absolute acceptance. Like, oh, okay, I know who you are. Oh, you told me you're not Curzon Dax, you're Jadzia Dax. That's cool. I'm on board with that. And it's always, I see it on social media with the tag, if the fucking Klingons can get it, why can't you?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's
No
great.
excuses,
Yeah,
mate.
and I loved Jazeera and Worf's wedding.
Yes, yeah.
Love a Klingon
Yeah, that
wedding.
was a good one.
Yeah,
I love the new Dax that comes in towards the end of the series as well. I think she's
Oh,
really
Esri. Esri is my
Mm.
absolute favorite. And yeah, Esri was how I knew I had feelings for women.
See, mine was Anna Paquin as Rogue in X-Men.
Yeah, that'll do it. That's another social media meme I've seen, with a bi or gay girl. Someone says, why are you so into, girls? It's like, I don't know. And then they show all these characters from cartoons from the youth, all these kinky goth girl characters with fascinating looks.
My first lady crush was Shakira.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. See that. She's gorgeous.
My first lady crush was Sandra Bullock.
Right.
Yeah, I'm on board with Sandra Bullock. Yeah.
Chantel's
She had a great line. There was
Sorry, what was that, Stella? What was that, Stella?
Chantel in the chat wants a fight.
Oh, Chantel wants to fight. It's next gen all the way. Well, that is an absolutely valid choice, Chantel. And welcome to the Speaking of Star Trek.
Everyone has an opinion.
Yeah, no, it's good. I up everyone.
My favorite is Voyager, which is not a popular
Right there
opinion.
with you, Charlie. Fist bump.
Yeah, no, because that's why there are so many different iterations, because they're appealing.
Surprise, surprise! People have different tastes.
Exactly.
I know, crazy, right?
Yeah.
How dare that? How dare that? When I'm right, and they're clearly wrong.
There shouldn't be a different.
Yeah,
place.
Frank,
Should
yeah, I
not be
hate
allowed in
that.
the country. They can go to fucking Newcastle, get all the menus from Newcastle, and that's the national menus for the entire country. And if you don't like it, you can fuck off back to where you came from.
You know what you just made me think of, AZ, and this is people of a certain age will know this, and there's a couple of us here. The Newcastle song. Was it Bob Hudson?
Yep.
But I've got his album on vinyl, the Newcastle song on vinyl, and there's a really long, there's a long extended live version. There's a really great song, and a story in song form called Jonathan Livingston, because there's this really stupid hippie 70s book called Jonathan Livingston Seagull.
Hang on, we can't hear you over somebody knocking stuff on their desk.
Oh, sorry, that's me. I'm just plugging in my laptop because the battery's low.
Cool.
Sorry, go ahead, Angry.
All right, so yeah, he has a song called Jonathan Livingston Budgerigar, which is a piss take of this hippie 70s thing of the meaning of life, Jonathan Livingston Seagull, which I have actually read. But anyway, the Jonathan Livingston Budgerigar, the Galahs all run the world, and that's not the world we live in, that Galahs run the world.
How very befitting for today.
Yeah, and Jonathan Livingston Budgerigar wants a higher level of existence, and the Galahs all make fun of him, and they go, and it goes with, okay, you're so cool and stuff. We're going to leave you alone in the bush with a bag of seed, but you're not allowed to open the bag of seed, and we'll come back in a month, and if you've survived without opening the bag of seed, we'll acknowledge that you have a greater sort of spiritual understanding than us, and we'll listen to you. And they all fly off, and they come back in a month, and the bag of seed is there unopened. And they go, but they couldn't see Jonathan Livingston Budgerigar anyway. Had he ascended to a higher plane of existence? Had he left them behind? Had they missed their opportunity for enlightenment? Were they wrong all along? But then they looked, and down on the ground was a desiccated skeleton of a Budgerigar. The stupid fucker had starved to death. And the chorus in the song, in the early bits with the Galar's berating Jonathan Livingston Budgerigar. The chorus is, Jonathan Livingston Budgerigar, who the bloody hell do you think you are? And the final one, when he's died, the chorus is just, Jonathan Livingston Budgerigar, ha, 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 ha. This weird 70s bogan humor. Absolutely brilliant.
Has anybody seen that meme online of the scene of the in Terminator 2, where he's talking on the phone to John Connor's parents, that he's like, what's your dog's name? And he tells him one name. And
Wolfie.
Wolfie.
Yeah, somebody made a meme where it's the Terminator turns around to him and says, "Are your foster parents Australian?" Yes. And so he picks it up and he goes, "Am I ever going to see your face again?" And the response is, "Sure, let's meet for dinner. Your foster parents are dead."
Because they didn't say
no way, get fuck off. Yeah.
Have you seen the video of the Eagles playing that song at the SCG, where you have got literally the entire packed stadium all screaming out that return?
I love it.
So there's this Canadian comedy troupe that I follow. They're called Loading Ready Run. I'm actually wearing their t-shirt right now. And they play a lot of Magic the Gathering, which is how I found them, but they also do a lot of comedy sketches and live streams. And every year, every second year, they come out to PAX in Australia here. And so I get to meet them, and I've got photos of them, and I nerd out. But they do a panel at PAX to the Australian audience. And every year, they bring someone new from their troupe, and the audience sings that song to them because, no one back home believes that those are the words we sing for it.
I've actually had to prove to my American friends that we have an ice cream called a Gay Time. They did not believe me.
Yes.
It's gonna be a gay time. Come on.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they're great.
There was a funny thing.
And I've had to prove to Americans that Australians will sing "Am I Ever Going to See Your Face Again" in front of world leaders, their own prime ministers, and other world leaders, and they will correctly and culturally answer. And the other world leaders are going, "Oh, what are they saying?" And the Australian world leaders going, "Oh, it's a cultural thing."
You know what? Don't get me wrong. I can't stand Scummo. But if the Eagles were doing that song and I saw Scummo mouthing the words "No way, get fuck off," I'd actually give him a thumbs up on that one. I'd be all right with that.
I don't think he'd do it though.
Yeah.
For those who don't know, because I
wouldn't do it.
Sermons about getting
Depends
rich.
on how much beer he'd had.
Oh yeah, do you guys remember when Abbott threatened to shirt front Putin?
I
That was
would
so funny.
have paid money to watch that happen.
I would have loved to see that.
Would have torn him a new asshole.
Oh
Don't get me wrong. Putin is an absolute piece of shit, but that still would have been entertaining.
I just would have loved to see the.
It just would have been magnificent to witness.
I don't care who would have won.
Yeah.
Humanity.
I mean,
won,
I bet. Fuck them both.
Yeah.
Whoever loses, the audience wins.
I vote we throw Mary in the mix because then neither of them will win, and I'm happy with that outcome.
But the funny thing that showed, Abbott didn't actually know what.
Here we go.
It's bathroom scent.
Like depression.
It was red, but it's been sitting in the sun for a while, so it's gone to yellow.
That incident showed Abbott didn't actually know what shirt front meant, because when people went, "Really?" he said, "No, I just meant I'm gonna talk to him." Dude, shirt front means grabbing someone and fucking them up. That's like an illegal move.
So he meant like a metaphorical shirt front.
I don't believe that he didn't know that. I don't believe that for a second. I think he just backtracks a lot.
I'll be back in just 2 minutes, guys. I'm just going to go make a quick phone call.
Yep. No, I'm actually on board with Abbott didn't know what it meant because he's a fucking clown.
Yeah.
But also too,
that's true
the
too.
idea of Abbott fucking telling Putin anything. Right. I mean, when the fuck was that going to happen? Right. No, when was A, Abbott going to grow the balls to get near Putin and tell him anything?
Oh, yeah, it was never.
And
Yeah.
B, when was the Spetsnaz going to let him get within 16 metres?
Yeah.
No.
Abbott malfunctioned from a reporter, let alone
and Putin would have looked at him and goes, "Who's this prick?" And
Hey, didn't someone headbang him?
And why is he not
Yes.
on the ground?
Yes, that one guy.
Headbang
in Tasmania.
What a legend.
Someone
Because
headbanged
those are two very different things.
What?
Alright,
No,
I'm
head bang him or head butt him.
Headbutt. Sorry.
Yeah, yeah,
They
this,
are
yeah,
very different
yeah,
things.
this guy, yeah, this guy headbutted Abbott.
Yeah.
It was
Yeah.
fucking fantastic.
Isn't it funny when someone says something that they think means fight, but it's actually a sexual term? It's like, I'm going to... there's a John Cena comedy where he's very bad at being angry, and he's threatening some guy, "Hey, man, I'll eat your ass if you are not careful." His girlfriend's going, stop.
And then there are some people, when they go to get their hair done, instead of saying blow dry, they say blow job.
Yeah.
Yeah. May I ask,
Yes, but
Andrew,
I've
why
seen
are you so casual tonight?
Because it's a Saturday, and I also it's my fault that AIDSy is also in a
You
robe,
are too.
and Grasshopper's also in a robe. I was in my robe all day, and before the live stream, I thought I should have a shower, be fresh. But then I just thought I don't feel like putting clothes on for a couple of hours, so I'm just going to put my robe back on. So, and also it ties in with when I was looking up what is today the day of, and it was Bunny Day, which makes it Charlie Bunny Day.
So like,
and
I had to come in.
Going full hef with the dressing gown.
Oh, of course.
Okay.
Anyway.
Also in a robe before I climbed into bed.
I've got.
It's not on. No one could witness my glorious Dementor type robe.
I've got this nice blue kimono thing.
Ooh, nice.
But I wanted to show off my Beetlejuice dress.
The Beetlejuice dress is a winner. I was about to say
That's
this.
cute.
This
Should I
drink,
do another 12 for anyone who hasn't seen it?
I haven't seen it.
It's so pretty.
Let's see. Yeah.
Oh, it's so cute.
Nice.
Very cute.
Is it?
Yeah.
Lovely. That is very cute.
So this drink should make Kirsten proud. I've put my Navy Strength gin in the freezer for the last hour. So I'm doing 2 ounces of Navy Strength gin and just a half ounce of vermouth to make a very dry martini. Well, actually not as dry as Kirsten likes it, but just I'm drinking the frozen gin straight from the freezer. So I'm gonna get some vermouth.
Oh, it's so cold though. I had to have a hot toddy for the first time in weeks. It's been a while.
It is weirdly
What
cold.
is a hot toddy?
It's
like scotch and spices.
Okay.
Well, it's basically
warmed
usually a
up on
scotch,
the
but you can do it with brandy. Usually one of these, amber spirits. A shot of that with some hot water. Half a small lemon, and juice, and honey, and maybe cinnamon.
Okay.
Oh, nice.
Interesting.
Nice hot toddy.
Yeah, it's good when you've got a cold.
Yeah. I was looking at the chat and Safa saying we can't smell you angry, and I wondered what that meant. And then I realized it said because I wanted to have a shower before the live stream.
Oh God, I need a shower.
So you can't actually smell me. But it was psychological for me to have a shower.
Yeah.
You get you ready.
Yeah. Oh yeah, a good Kirsten is still there. Yes, I knew you'd like that. I had the gin in the freezer for this one.
So are we supposed to store gin in the freezer?
if you're going to drink it, then you don't have to stir it with ice or anything.
Ah.
And this is like about 55%. Actually, speaking of strong gins, Kirsten, I notice Facebook ads for Never Never Gin. They're promoting their Southern Strength Gin, won a big award for the second year in a row. So that's probably the Navy strength I'm getting when I finish drinking this one.
I highly recommend that one. Is so nice.
Oh, you've had Never Never, Silumi?
Yeah, so because they're South Australian, last year when I was doing some Christmas shopping in the mall, they had a tasting, and I was very like, yes, I will drink gin if I'm out Christmas shopping. That sounds amazing. So yeah, all of their gins that I've tried are delicious. But yeah, I remember that one being really nice. But I also love the Juniper Freak one.
Yeah, that's their two big ones, the Juniper Freak and the Southern Strength. Juniper is obviously just extra juniper in it. The Southern Strength is their overproof one. I think it's about 57%. This is fucking rocket fuel. This is fucking... But it's the weird thing is it's still drinkable. It's a really high-proof gin with just a splash of vermouth. Safa's gone and
I gotta go take my antibiotic.
Safa said, "Imagine the smell of the internet." Safa, why did you put that? Why did you put that in my head, Safa?
Oh, thanks.
The smell of the internet. All I can picture is, like static electricity and ozone. Like
a bit of ozone.
It smells like geraniums.
That's why.
Do you mean, or do you mean all the neckbeard smell?
Yeah, sweaty little neckbeards. I think that's what he's going to hear.
Arthur said about that they hope that I got wine before the fires this year. That it wouldn't have lasted if I had wine from before the fires, to be honest. But whenever I do buy, because of where I live, I'm around some small bottle shops, so I'm able to get a lot of small locally produced label stuff. So places that were affected by the fire I've been trying to mostly buy from, but there's other places that fortunately didn't get affected by the fires but are local and are helping support the families that were affected. So I'm also putting those kind of labels just because you've got to try and keep it local and support those businesses. They've been through hell, and then to go from bushfires to COVID shit, it's been an absolute nightmare.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. And you know, you get into any of those demos too, and then you're just asking for your life to go in your own hands as well. I mean, because cops are basically on the scene protecting whoever called them first, and usually the building. And you know, you stand up the front of a baton charge, you can get hurt. Mind you, every young person should do it once in their life.
Yeah. Get to stand in front of a police baton charge.
Just once.
Ooh.
No, thank you.
Yeah.
I've been in Moshpit. I've done my time.
Yes, Kirsten is nosing 80, slipping off to Sleepy Bobos. The latest horrific thing of all the horrific shit that's happening in the US, in some of the cities, the cops have what they call taser shields, and it's just shields that have basically taser nodules on. So that if they hit you with the shield, you're getting a major sort of taser hit.
That's just like
fucked up.
Typical US. Like nothing surprises me about the US.
It's an authoritarian police state. It's
going to shit. We're witnessing the downfall of a superpower.
Yeah.
They're a very sadistic culture anyway.
Oh, absolutely.
There was a clip going around I think it was the Portland police. Bicycle cop decided it was a brilliant idea to ride over someone who was lying on the ground surrendering.
Saw this video. There's a guy, an injured guy lying on the ground. Yep.
Because the US police force came out of the slave catchers.
Yep.
Yeah, I've recommended it before on the stream, but there's a podcast called Behind the Bastards, which is very good generally. But he did a whole series recently, Behind the Police, where he actually traced the history of the US police. Like, oh my God, it's been a gangster organization from fucking day one. And our police isn't as bad by a fucking...
But ours is also like our policing force was essentially just because the vast majority of the country was convict settled, so they had to have police over to enforce that, and then it's continued on from there.
Well,
now they police members are just schoolyard bullies who don't have any skills. So that's
pretty much
their only skill.
Yeah,
you know.
Yeah, they just want they want a gun and they want power, and so that's why they sign up.
They want to keep that power after high school.
Yeah,
and it's pretty fun.
Yeah, and our police is just so much better. The US police is absolutely horrific. But yes, as a wife, I'm probably more scared of US police than US criminals, in all seriousness. If I was,
yeah, absolutely.
Damn straight. Damn straight.
CAA officers.
Yeah.
Especially
I remember growing up thinking, God, I want to go to America. Everything fabulous seems to come from there. And now it's like, I'm never stepping foot in that place ever.
Yeah.
Terrifying.
My father and I almost moved there a couple years ago, but then it was like, nope. Then the following year, Trump got elected, and not going there.
Educated,
Okay, so lovely people, Mrs. Hopper has gone to bed, and me being in the vicinity that I am means me talking will keep her awake. So I am going to jump off this live stream. It was lovely to see you all. Lovely to meet you, Lumi.
Right. They're very, very respectful. I like that. Whereas in my house, I'm in the kitchen and there's a couple closed doors between me and Mrs. Angry. And I've also learned I have to be a bit quieter because she's gone to bed about half an hour ago. And that's why I try not to get really screamy.
Safa, Canada's not easy to get into.
My son's got a real thing for Canada, which makes me think he's making friends with someone on the internet who's in Canada. So because he's real keen on going to Canada.
I have a friend who went to Canada to study on like a uni program thing. But trying to emigrate to Canada, that's really hard. They have really high standards.
Yeah. He was going to go for uni. That's a bit easier. AD, what were you going to say?
I was going to say, you were saying something about Master Angry possibly making friends with someone in Canada, and you were going to say...
Oh no, I was just saying he's been saying, and he had the whole city down and everything, the city he wanted to go to. I'm like, cool, bro, that's good. I'm supportive and whatnot. And I'm just going, you've been flirting with someone on the internet, haven't you? and that's where because both my offspring are mad online gamers. So and a couple of years ago, young Ms. Angry went to New York because there was a guy she was kind of sweet on the internet in New York, and I was like, well, have fun, but it's probably not going to be a thing. You're just there for a holiday. But when the lads started saying, I want to go to this city in Canada, I'm going, that's real specific, dude. I'm not making a judgment, but I think I know what's going on here.
But my partner has a bunch of friends in Austin, Texas, and so there was a time where we were like really tempted to go and move over there, but that didn't work out, so we moved up to Hervey Bay instead.
That's fair.
my
Yep, AD.
my folks actually confronted me because I had a pen pal in Brisbane, and I kept on saying, "Oh, I think when I grow up, I'd like to go to Brisbane for a holiday this weekend to fuck Tony," and they thought something was going on. And really, it was just innocent. I mean, there was a bit of light bondage and some stalking. But really,
That's the way to do it. Yeah.
Yeah. Where was the harm in it? I mean, there was dumpsters everywhere.
Yeah, it's all good. I just heard Kirsten saying her brother that lives in the USA has Canadian citizenship. Keep wondering when he's going to flee with his kids. Like, get the fuck out of the United States and flee to Canada.
Yep. It's a bit like watching Handmaid's Tale at the moment as to how shit it's going to go.
Yeah.
No, it's not good. It is.
Well,
not.
have you heard about the Trump's nomination for?
Oh yes, it's SCOTUS.
No,
Hard-
I haven't heard.
She.
I mean, I know Ruth Bader Ginsburg just died the other day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
we need to
this was
replace her.
So Trump's nominee, I don't remember her name, but she is like straight out of Handmaid's Tale. Like
Yeah.
the kind of shit she wants to
Well-
pull. Yeah, you think anti-abortion, like that's just the start of it. It's just
Like,
ridiculous.
Without Ginsburg, it's like, Roe v. Wade is in trouble.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and Roe
absolutely.
v. Wade is shit anyway. That's just a thing that says states can't do particular things. But when they get rid of it, it'll be states can do whatever they want, which is just going to accelerate the splintering of the US and the likelihood of a civil war. Like all these fucking crazed redneck states wanting to govern via religious evangelism, and all the states with the strongest economy going, cool, fuck you, we want nothing to do with you. And
California has
Man, like the
GDP of a small country.
California is the
Even
fourth
a big
biggest economy in the world.
California's the fourth biggest economy in the world. New York is the fifth biggest economy in the world, and sometimes they swap.
Yeah. So
it's like the US is like, it's like a third world country masquerading as a first world country.
Oh, it's a failed state. If it was anywhere apart from
It's
the
a
US,
fucking
the UN would
mess.
be sending troops in. It's just like fucked.
Yeah.
Mega Leach got her name. It's Amy Coney Barrett.
Yeah.
Try saying that.
Hardcore Catholic, hardcore anti-abortion, weird as fuck Catholic. And I say that as someone who grew up Catholic. So,
I don't get like, okay, I know that some people don't understand the concept of separation in church of state, but from my understanding, it's pretty much concrete in their constitutional stuff that that's what's supposed to happen in the US.
Yeah.
However,
Yeah.
it doesn't
Supposed to, but
where like we have very clear separation of powers because of a Boilermakers case, which don't ever read it. It's a nightmare. Even all the law teachers, when we had to read it for the topic, our law teachers were just saying, so this will take you at least 5 hours to read and it won't make sense, and then read it again.
yeah.
The Boilermakers case was just a test case of the separation of powers. The separation of powers was actually already in the Constitution.
Yeah, but
It's
that
already
sort of
built
cemented it and covered it. So then that way it can't be challenged. But like I just don't get why, if we're not that dissimilar in how we've set quite a few things up, if we can wrap our heads around it, why don't the Americans just understand basic processes?
Actually, there's
They're
a lot of
fucked.
difference. There's a lot of difference in the way we set things up to the Americans. There's a lot of difference. The Americans never went with the Westminster system.
Yeah, because we're both the US and the UK systems.
No,
Dancing
we're not. we're a perversion of the Westminster system. The US system is...
Tell me more about your perversions, AZ. Tell me more about your perversions.
Our perversions basically first started with preferential voting. Fucking bastard Fenians.
Fenians. Bastard Fenians.
Wasn't good enough for them. No. They wanted to go into fucking preferential.
That is such a good Belfast accent. Jesus.
And so I'm gonna have to stop talking this ridiculous accent and I'm very fucking short on it. So yeah, the Poms have first past the post, which privileges your bigger, richer parties, like your Tories. The Americans have the Electoral College, which separates the people from the election of the president. The people suggest to the Electoral College who that should be president, right?
Yep.
Then the Electoral College takes that into account and then elects the president. 5 times in the past, the Electoral College have gone completely against the wishes of the people, and they nearly did it again. Have gone completely against the wishes of the people and just elected who they decided was better.
The Electoral College is set up to make slave owners happy.
Sorry?
The Electoral College was set up to make slave owners happy.
Of course.
Does it make the who's
And that's right.
Slave owners.
And like
Well, not
Sandra
only
just
the slave
said,
owners,
Hillary,
but people who were
Hillary
worried
won
that,
the popular vote by 3
there
million.
was this movement around the world to give women the vote and
Yep.
to give
That was a
non-landowners the
mistake.
vote. And
Because, you know,
women
God
and
forbid there be
non-landowners would never
equality.
get the powers to vote. And who the fuck would they put in? I mean, Christ knows women lose their mind once a month. And then they have their period. So fucking, you know, you couldn't have women voting, and if you could, you had to have some fucking checks and balances. And then you had fucking peasants voting. I mean, you know, they wouldn't even know where to put crosses on the ballot paper. You know, they'd leave hanging chads. So the Electoral College was set up so that basically they could have a quiet coup whenever they
Is
wanted
that
one.
the way we get on our period? That's the way that men are all the time.
Exactly.
No.
Yeah.
No,
Right.
no, it's not. I'll fucking fight you.
And the other thing about the democracy of the United States is that the government of the United States is elected by 5% and less of the actual voting population. So less than 5% of the voting population of the US actually votes. If everybody who is eligible to vote went and voted, they wouldn't have enough resources to do it. They wouldn't have enough time to do it, and they'd have to do it over 3 days. They would actually have to print up millions more ballot papers and do it over a long 3-day weekend. They do it on Tuesday, and employers are under no obligation to allow employees to go and vote. No obligation at all.
Yeah,
if
no
you're
way.
working at Walmart,
It's not always required by the state that you can vote early or do mail-in as well.
well, if you work for Walmart, you don't know when your roster's going to be until the week before. If your roster says you're on Tuesday, and you ask the boss, can I go and vote? They'll say no, and you're screwed. In black electorates and Jewish electorates, they have fewer polling places, so
Yep.
the queues are so long that you can be waiting 10 hours to get in, and the booths are only open 9 hours. It was a big High Court fight to make them open longer than 8 hours, so that people could actually get in and vote. It's a state waiting to implode. It's so fractured, and it's so fucking the word is short-sighted, but it's not amniotic. It's blinkered.
Myopic.
Myopic. Thank you. It's so myopic that it's lost all kinds of grip on reality. They don't. I mean, religion's got a lot to blame for this. But the 85% of Americans don't believe in evolution. And if you there's this great YouTube clip of an American pastor who goes to Scandinavia and asks Scandinavians, "Do you believe in God?" And they go, "No." And this pastor's like blown away. Like, why would you just admit that to a total stranger? And this one old Scandinavian goes, "Why would you do that? Why would you believe in something that's not there?" And the pastor goes, "The Bible says," and he says, "Stop with your Bible says. You've stopped me and asked me if I believe in God. I've asked you to show me any evidence that God exists at all, and you've got nothing. So get out of the way of my car. I'm leaving. You've wasted my time. Now you'll either pay me €1,000 for my time, because that's all you want. That's all you're about is money, or you'll bugger off with your stupidity." One of my best friends basically says, "I don't believe in God because I'm too adult to have imaginary friends." Yes, Angry, you know who that is.
That's okay. You were so busy in monologue, I was stabbing you in the head with my cocktail shaker when I was shaking it. Everyone else saw it. I saw the reactions of stabbing you in the head.
When I was 6,
What's your dream?
Sorry, Charlie, go.
Oh yeah, you mentioned imaginary friends. When I was 6, my imaginary friend was Liam Neeson as Qui-Gon Jinn.
Oh, that's so good.
You could have just ended that sentence on Liam Neeson, and it would have been the funniest thing ever.
But it's still relatable. Like, who wouldn't?
So good. So Frankie the Skinny's talking about the round point where we took pictures together, because I've been lucky enough to hang out with Frank twice in London. He's shown me around and stuff. There's this park we were hanging out in, so he still goes past the Black Swan and shouts at him, "Australia, cunt!" And which is excellent. That's the sort of scene Frankie and I were causing when we were hanging around London together. Oh my God, this is really good. This is called A Happy Bastard that I just made. It's got gin, brandy, elderflower, the syrup, sugar syrup, lemon juice, and I topped it with, they said Fever Tree cucumber tonic, which I don't have, but I have Fever Tree elderflower tonic. Fuck, it's nice. It's really good.
Yeah, Safa, you and me are almost the same age. So yeah, but Phantom Menace wasn't my first. I started with the original trilogy. My dad was really into Star Wars, so he showed me the original trilogy as a tot, and then I went to see
the original trilogy.
Yeah, the original trilogy. And
that's great.
Yeah, you're 92, I'm 93. So I he took me to see So my dad took me to see The Phantom Menace when it came out, and like that was very exciting because like I was already into Star Wars at that point, and I'm a bit of a Jar Jar apologist because
Jar Jar's fine. Look,
because like he was there for the kids, right? And like I was a kid
you
at the
know
time.
he was supposed to be the big bad. He was supposed to be a Sith Lord.
That's a
hinges on Jar Jar.
theory. I do love the Darth Jar Jar theory, but it is a conspiracy theory.
I don't know. There's a lot of weight to it.
But I
There's a lot of weight
know,
to it.
but
You look
I know
at what
there
Jar
is,
Jar's
and
doing,
I-
where he is, and where he happens to be. What the fuck is he
I-
doing hanging around? Fucking Anapac.
yeah, like
Huh?
yeah, I do love the Darth Jar Jar theory, but it didn't come true.
You love it because it's true, Charlie. You love it.
I love it
'cause it's
because I
real.
wish it was true.
That's why
yeah.
things are funny.
Yeah.
Jar Jar is
Um,
funny because he's true. Darth is
Yeah.
funny because he's true.
But it's
Darth
like yeah,
Jar
Darth,
Jar
so like
is funny because Darth Jar Jar created the fucking war to line his own
Yes,
pockets
and
with the
George-
skins of.
and George said Jar Jar is the key to all of this.
Yeah. But what I loved, I don't know if anyone remembers the South Park movie, which came out the same
Yeah.
year as the Phantom Menace. The bit when the Pentagon tries to put all the black soldiers in one platoon
Yeah.
that will definitely get
Yeah,
killed.
Operation Get Behind the Darkies.
Yeah, and one of the black recruits says to Chef, "Misa, people gonna die?" And because that came out at the same time as Phantom Menace, I remember an interview with Trey Parker and Matt Stone, and the interviewer saying, "How the fuck did you know to put that in the film when the Phantom Menace wasn't even out?" And they went, "Are you kidding? We saw that in the trailer, and we went, George Lucas has people speaking jigaboo? What the fuck? And how is he going to get away with people speaking jigaboo?" And so they just had one of the black characters do it because it's like, that's what George Lucas is fucking doing. And it came out at the same time, and people were like, "Wow, how did they do that?" And they went, "It was kind of obvious. It was honestly kind of obvious."
And that was the same movie where he had the evil economists being chinks. Why?
Yes. Oh my God. The Trade
Yes.
Economic
Federation.
Forum
The
have
Trade
to deal
Federation
with
was this
tax
weird
code.
racist thing. Yeah.
That was fucking.
Oh.
awful.
Now I know why. Jigaboo. This is why the kids are getting upset when we start yelling for our jiggers.
Oh yeah, no. It sounds like you're saying nigger. Yes, yeah.
Yeah, no, but jigaboo.
No, I'm
If you look
real.
it up Urban Dictionary, it says another racial slur referring to black people comes from Bantu African word meaning meek or servile.
But also, Jigga is Jay-Z's nickname, I think.
Possibly. I'm well aware of what I'm doing when I say, like, "Where's my jiggers at?" But it's just so it is a very questionable word, jigger. It sounds it's kind of like there was a famous case in the US where a city councilman was talking about someone not allowing the budget for the certain thing, and he said, "You are being niggardly with the finances," which he meant that the actual word niggardly means nothing to do with being black. It's about being scared. And people freaked out. You're like, "Oh, you just said the N-word." And he had to resign. And then after the fact, people worked out, no, he was just using a real word that you don't know. And they said, "Oh, come back." And he said, "No, actually, fuck all of you. I hate you. I'm not coming back." It's just like, but it was kind of funny. He just accused someone of being niggardly with finances, and they all freaked out and made him resign. And then when they realized they were in the wrong and said, "Oh, please come back," he said, "How about all of you go fuck yourselves? Because I'm sick of you."
Yeah, you fuck this budget on your own. You can get out of the hole on your own.
So who's after brought up
I
Mick
told
Jagger?
you what to do.
Oh, Mick Jagger. Sorry, yeah, we're still doing Jigger. Yeah, no.
I've always been offended at Mick Jagger. Because if anyone's seen him in tight pants, we know it's Jagger.
Yeah. Oh no. What was their famous song "Brown Sugar," which is literally about like African American sex workers? It's just like.
I only realised what that meant like 5 years ago. I'm like, oh my god.
Wasn't it about like, a female slave, like like Sally Hemings or?
Yeah. Oh, what's the hilarious thing? Who's one of the American founding fathers who raped his? That was
Jefferson.
Yeah.
Jefferson. Yeah.
Jefferson and
raped Sally Hemings. Yeah.
And so there are lots of Black Americans who have the DNA to say, no, I'm a direct descendant of Jefferson. And so all the white descendants of Jefferson are all like, yeah. and it's like
there's a big stink in America when every now and again a white person gets diagnosed with sickle cell anemia. Fully half the families who find out about it will either try and bribe the doctor or beg the doctor to keep it quiet because people won't understand.
Yeah.
And it's like, really? It's really not much of an issue anymore. Come on. This had to have happened a couple of 100 years ago.
Because sickle cell anemia is such a prominent in African genes.
Yeah. Also, I want to completely change the topic of conversation based on the chat. Safa randomly brought up the original Mad Max is coming out on 4K Blu-ray.
Oh, cool.
The original 3 on Blu-ray. Oh my God, Mad Max is such a good film. And if you haven't got it, get the Blu-ray of Fury Road, the Blood and Chrome edition that has this high contrast black and white version of it.
Oh, now it's actually shot on black and white properly and not digitally black and white. And it makes a hell of a difference.
And where that idea came from is when George Miller saw the rough prints of Mad Max 2, The Road Warrior. It was a black and white print of it. And he was sitting in the screening room going, this looks fucking cool. I like this in black and white. And for anyone who's watched Fury Road, like the colors in it are so beautiful. You might think a black and white version would kind of suck, but the blood and chrome version of I actually think it's called black and chrome. In my head, I always call it blood and chrome because of how fucking full on it is.
Because there's a lot of fucking blood in Mad Max.
Yeah, but for how colourful Fury Road is, you might think a black and white version would suck, but the black and chrome version, on a big screen TV in high def, black and chrome Fury Road is fucking awesome. Mrs. Angry got it for me for Christmas, this box set that's all the original Mad Max films, Fury Road, and the black and chrome version of Fury Road. Fuck me, it's good.
Angry, did you get around to watching Turbo Kid?
I did. I don't have Turbo Kid. No.
Oh, you got to see it.
Got to see Turbo Kid. Okay, there's so many things.
It's really good.
You know what I did watch, and this is
that's on my list as well.
Yeah, the last feature film Chadwick Boseman was the lead in, called 23 Bridges. It's just a cop thing about New York. And it's because there's 23 bridges off Manhattan Island and they're trying to stop these cop killers. So it's shut down all 23 bridges. It's really good. It's like a straight down the line cop movie, but he's really good in it. And it was the last time he was the lead in a film before he died.
Oh yeah, and in Turbo Kid, the main villain was played by Michael Ironside.
He makes a great villain.
Yeah.
He makes a great anti-hero too.
Yeah.
Yep.
I've got so many things to fucking watch, honestly. There's a bunch
where do you find the time?
I know, right? There's a bunch of movies that just come onto the streaming services that I really want to watch. But I'm trying. I've also been watching The Boys on Prime Video, which is an adaptation of a comic thing. And I honestly think because got a digital version of the comics as well, which I just started reading. That was off Humble Bundle. And the comics is okay, but the TV show is actually a lot better than the comics. They've gone quite
It's
different.
weird like that sometimes. The film is better than the book.
Yeah. It's kind of what I say, bad book, good film, good book, bad film. And
Yeah.
It's very rare when you get both good.
There's a film called Love, Simon, and the book is renamed the same to make it easier. The book is very good. The film is better, and it's really very well done.
Yeah, I've been meaning to watch Love, Simon.
Oh, I can't really go into it because the only thing I can tell you is that a gay kid gets blackmailed.
Yeah, you don't want to give anything away. I get it. Yeah.
Well, he gets outed in the first 5 seconds. But then it goes from there, and the film impact is better than the book impact.
I've heard it was good
because it throws a couple little extra scenes in to the film that aren't in the book that actually tie together some things that make everything make more sense.
Yeah.
And when the final
denouement, resolution.
Thank you. When the final resolution is resolved, it's done very neatly in the film, and it was really quite obvious in the book by that point what was going on, but you don't know in the film until right at the end.
Good revelation.
So it's a recommend from me. Very rarely will I say read the book and the film, but do. Yeah.
Love, Simon is it. Yeah. Okay. I'm drunk enough to want to do an ad read. Podcasts, they always do ad reads. And I'm not important enough to be sponsored. But this drink is so good, I just want to say Fever Tree tonic. Get grounded, kids. It's fucking good. I could do it. Oh, also Frankie. Sorry, I just want to say Frankie in the chat saying to watch Fury Road, he wants to know why Max looks different, etc. Fury Road is a folktale because it's not just that Max looks different because they recast it, but it cannot possibly fit in with the continuity of the original Mad Max films, because at the start of Fury Road, Max has the V8 Interceptor and it gets destroyed. Yet in Mad Max 2, he has the V8 Interceptor and it gets destroyed. George Miller has basically said this. Fury Road is a folktale. Max was a nomad who helped people, and people ended up telling folk tales about Max that clashed with one another. And so Fury Road's
from number 2 on, it's because because Mad Max 2 was narrated by the feral child.
By the feral kid, My mind grows old. My memories. So I think that's. Do you remember that?
Boomerang.
I think that's our life story now. The narration of Mad Max 2. Grows old. My memory dims. that's just fucking us now.
My particular favorite of Mad Max 3 actually was when they were doing the tell.
Yes.
And they had the cardboard cut out of the TV over the pictures, and that was how they were doing the tell of his
film. The kids telling the stories,
And that was,
Captain
the
Walker.
correct way to do stories is on the tell. and someone would be charged with doing the tell. There's also I can't remember the fucking name of the movie. There was Matthew McConaughey in it. There was Christian Bale, and it was about dragons.
Rain of Fire. Rain of Fire. That is such a fucking good film. That is such a
good film. And as the bedtime story, they're basically telling the kids Empire Strikes Back.
He just goes, "No, I am your father," and the kids go,
and you can see all the kids go, "Oh," and they're all freaking out. Okay,
like in
prayers. What do we do when it comes? Get down and run. What do we do when he, and it was their idea of prayers was interesting, and their idea of growing food in spiked gardens. Yeah. So the dragon couldn't come in and just steal their food, or you could hide in the garden and couldn't get nabbed. So there's some really good thinking in it. And there was a bit with Matthew McConaughey in it, which was one of my favourite bits of the movie, where he does a hero leap. If you've seen the movie, you know what I'm talking about. Hey? Yeah.
That's a great way to die.
Fucking what a way to die. Pointlessly.
I say
what is this? Water? What did you think it was?
In Return of the Jedi, when 3PO is regaling the Ewoks with the whole story and doing all the voice, and they're all sitting in the oh.
Good night, Kirsten.
Yeah, he's doing all the sound effects with it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good night, Kirsten.
Good night.
I'm gonna have an early one too. Good night, guys.
Good night, Nettie. Thanks for dropping in.
Night, Nettie.
Feeling unwell. Night, everyone.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, and Stella disappeared.
Night, Stella.
All right. Cool.
Stella.
That's That was what was funny is because we did Streetcar Named Desire in high school, and the brutal bitterness of Streetcar Named Desire is Stella goes back to Stanley despite all the fucking horror. And then when I watched the movie with Marlon Brando, and Marlon Brando's second on the fucking stick in that movie, and he's such a good Stanley, and Stella leaves him at the end, like, no. And oh God, they wanted a happy ending. What a fucking drag.
Yeah. It was like one of those like test audience things where, they're like, no, we want a happy ending.
There were actually rules.
I don't consider it a happy. It's still not a happy ending for Blanche.
No, Blanche is kind of fucked up. The Simpsons gave her the happy ending with finishing the musical version with "You can always rely on the kindness of strangers," and it's like that is the fucking obvious. That's the opposite of the story. Yeah. I've always relied on the kindness of strangers, and then they have a whole dance routine about "You can always rely on the kindness of strangers," and that's the central thing. Like, no, you can't. You really, really can't. Just like
Amadeus.
Dr. Zaius. Right?
Dr. Zaius.
In America, that did a whole performance of the musical version of Planet of the Apes.
There was a joke that a friend of mine put on Facebook back during the Abbott administration. It was Tony Abbott. I hate every boat I see, from refugee to refugee.
Oh my God.
That's great.
Oh, that's fucked up. I love it. I love it so much. Refugee to refugee. Oh my God. Sorry. I'm just really drunk at the moment, and that's hilarious.
What was that? I was gonna jump in with. Oh, it doesn't matter now. It's all gone.
That's okay.
I don't know if this is actually true, But the
Yeah.
rumor that I heard is that they fired Abbott
Yeah.
a day before
Mm.
he was able to get all of his prime minister perks when he left office. I heard that, and I don't know if that's actually true.
I kind of heard that too, actually. That he missed. They
But
managed to rout him.
I got the impression that it was a bit of a kick for fun.
Yeah, just for a
because he
laugh.
lasted a year and a day,
Mm.
and you had to be in a year to get your prime minister perks.
Yeah.
And he lasted a year and a day.
I feel like they
so-
did do that because that sounds vaguely familiar to me too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know it was a rumor that was spread, but I'm not sure that it actually was real. And I'm not
Yeah.
sure they actually took it off him. Because
I'm
I
not
don't think
sure.
they would have. I think they would have just give it to him. Because rather than have him fucking jumping around and whinging and bitching, just shut him up, stick him in the back bench, and tell him to fuck off and be quiet.
Yeah. Yeah, like shut the fuck up, you mutant. Sorry, I have a very low opinion of Tony Abbott.
Well, I mean, it's hard to have a high opinion of Tony Abbott.
Yeah, something wrong with you if you have a high
because
opinion.
of the guy who ran the economy into the ground on the promise of vote for me, I'll make the economy better, and watching Australia go, oh, we can't have tits in the lodge.
Yes.
and,
yeah.
You know,
and parading
watching-
his 3 beautiful daughters everywhere.
Oh my god!
that
And they
was
all hate him.
perverse.
Mm.
It was perverse. He would parade them around in virginal white.
Yeah.
And it was like, what are you doing? Trying to, and then of course they fucked the NBN, and now they're
bringing it back.
so much more money
Yeah.
on the NBN than they ever were going to, because they have to. Because the Business Council of Australia basically woke them up and said, hey, dickhead, if you don't do this, we're going to be left as a third world country in the next 5 years. And they effectively have to give everyone NBN for free. They just could have done it once. And see, this was the thing. When Gough Whitlam got sacked, the Fraser government didn't destroy most of the programs. Most of the programs
Fraser
were
was weirdly
left.
progressive.
Yes. Oh, well,
He hated
at the time-
unions. He hated unions, but in terms of refugees and looking after the community, he was actually weirdly progressive.
But at the time, that was the liberal ethos at the time. Remember that after that, they got pushed way further right than they'd ever been. And the Labor got slammed way further right than they'd ever been.
Yeah.
I mean, you go to Trades Hall in Melbourne and there's literally blast doors in the middle of the place because the union members, the Labor Party and the Communists were worried that they were going to, one side was going to bomb the other side, so they would shut the blast doors in times of strife in case they set off bombs.
Yeah.
It's there. I can show you the blast doors.
Yeah, until
they're still
recently,
there.
they had
They-
offices for the Spartacists. The Spartacists were
Yes.
fucking crazy, but they had an office at Trades Hall until recently.
Yeah. Yes.
I don't know
Until
who
someone
they
said,
are.
what the fuck?
Never heard of them.
Why don't you explain the Spartacists to our friend?
You're probably better at it, but the Spartacists are these weird, fucking hardcore, tanky socialists who back every fucking excess of the Soviets, like fucking crushing populations and whatnot, because the good of the socialism and the
Like
Spartacists. have this whole-
Stalin.
no, but they're worse because they have that whole idea of the Spartacist as in 300 Sparta.
Yeah.
And violence. Spartacus is fucking crazy. Spartacus.
Right. They may as well be fascists then.
They pretty much might as well be. They call themselves socialists, but they want to enforce socialism through absolute brutality. They're fucking crazy. Any thoughts, AT, on the Spartacus?
Well, I mean, I heard rumours that there were Spartacists in Trades Hall when I was doing comedy there.
They had an office. Yeah.
No, there's not. There's not. And then Paddy Garrity, who, rest his souls, died recently. Good old Paddy Garrity died. He was getting on, and he lived a hard life.
I almost had a heart attack because I thought you said Peter Garrett died.
Paddy Garrett too.
Paddy Garrity was a well-known figure over at Trades Hall and a hardcore socialist unionist. Basically, Paddy said, "Oh, there's Spartanists here," and I'm going, "Come on, Paddy, stop fucking with me," because we were on the piss one night at the union, the union bar, and it was after a particularly good showing of Super Happy Robot Hour, and we were lauded around town as kings of the world. Everybody loved me back then. And then, they were saying, "Oh, there's nooks and crannies here, son, that you wouldn't believe was true." And they took me on this pissed tour of Trades Hall and took me on the roof where there's gun emplacements, because they were worried that the cops in the army was going to run down the street and try and take Trades Hall. So they built gun emplacements. They took me into the hidden chambers where the ACTU would meet in times of civil unrest. They took me into they showed me how the blast doors work in case of emergency. Usually you've got to pull these fucking things by hand, and they're 3 tons, but they're so well made and so well rolled that they're like a roller door. But in case of emergency, you kick a foot pedal and all 4 of them go bang at once. And so if you hear a rumor, you ring the bell 3 times, green, green, green. And it was funny because when he did it, it was late at night, but when he did it, all through Trades Hall, you could hear fuck and scuffling and movement, and then bang, the doors shut. And people were complaining, "Oh, the fucking," which was basically open the fucking doors, because as soon as those doors shut, the main sections of Trades Hall are shut down. You cannot get from place to place. And that's the idea. But they've remade them these days so that in the event of a fire, the fireman can automatically fail-safe open and fail-safe close them, because they work really well as fire doors too.
Yes, they do, yeah.
But of course, they're not to code because people can't get out.
Once you
but that's the thing.
They're absolute barriers, yeah.
Yeah, but they've actually put buttons around the side so that you can hit them and they will open straight up again. They're not like they used to be. They shut and lock. They don't lock anymore. The locks are busted off them. You can actually physically open them. But if you can hit the button, they will zip straight open faster than they shut. But it's an amazing historical work. The workmanship in the place is amazing.
Yeah. Well, the union,
because it was put together by unionists who gave a shit.
Yeah.
It's such a shame that we've lost so much quality and care in the work that we do, because now the attitude is get it in, get it up, and get it done quick.
Yeah. Sorry, I almost knocked over my
it shows.
Oh God, I've got to again completely change the topic because of chat. Clapping for Chlamydia, who I think is in North America, has just woken up and said, "Waking up to you should be an international law. Waking up next to you should be a lifelong goal." And I am completely on board with the sexual
and the goal that you can achieve.
Buddy, as soon as our borders are open, which is like, I don't know, 5 fucking years from now. I don't fucking know.
You can get on the Flying Kangaroo and look up your dear old Azy and boss of the house, and you'll find a bit of a surprise waiting for you.
I love Frankie the Skin.
Sex, basically, the surprise is sex. It's not. It's not.
Yeah, it's surprise sex.
Surprise.
It's
not surprise sex.
Yeah. I love Frankie the Skin asked, "Do you mean waking up next to Angry or AIDSy?" And Clapping for Chlamydia just said, "Yes."
Which one? Or both? One? That's the old El Paso at Poqueno Los Dos.
Yes. Why not both? Why not both? Oh my fucking God. Oh, and actually Clapping. I have had several drinks and words are difficult. Clapping for Chlamydia says,
"Welcome to my world."
Actually from Mexico, but lives in the US now. There you go. Used to live in Korea. Wow. Was okay. When you were in Korea, you're in the same time zone, but now you're back in North America, so it's a really fucking different time zone.
Well, I'm no longer talking to you because you're in Korea.
Yeah. Poca no la dos.
I like
Poqueno Los Dos.
And I like fucking girls' clubs, but that's about it.
Oh my fucking this stuff. Fucking at some point, Australian whiskey is going to be really fucking famous worldwide. And this is the real easy drinking one, Starward Twofold. But for people who really like whiskey, they make some single malts as well. But I just had this. It's just like it's got a. I followed a recipe for something that was called a reverb, and it's just a spoon of sherry and a spoon of oleosaccharum and a dash of Angostura bitters. So it's whiskey with just some really subtle flavors added. It's a variation on an old fashioned, basically. It's fucking good.
I can imagine it rolling around your tongue and reverbing around your tongue.
Sorry, what's Ludo?
Ludo's fast asleep on his bed.
He's a good boy.
He's got a dog bed just there with a sheepskin on it.
Yeah, I'm betting actually.
Right.
I'm betting at the moment Mimsy is asleep on my half of the bed, and this is next to Mrs. Angry, and I'm going to stumble in at some point, completely fucking sober, and there's going to be a lump of a cat there, and no, get off my bed, you're on my bed.
Oh, he just woke up.
There he is. Look at him. Oh, the big boy.
Oh, big stretch.
The stretch, doing the big stretch.
Oh, good boy.
When I was living with the good lady wife, and we had the cat. The cat would often spite me sleep on my side of the bed. And after, I don't know, 18 months, 2 years, I worked out the trick was simply to get undressed, pull up the covers, and go to sleep on the cat.
Yeah.
And very soon the cat worked out when I got undressed, get off the fucking bed.
Yeah.
And it was good, except that the cat never slept with me ever. Unless I was sick.
Used to bring you dead things because you were so sick.
When I was sick, it would stand at the door and watch me and not be happy. When I was very sick, it'd lay in bed with me and make sure I was breathing. And when I was deathly ill, it would go out and hunt rats and pigeons and bring them to the back door and knock on the door early in the morning. And we'd get up there, and Ben, Mrs. Daisy had opened the door, and there was this cat with this pigeon, or this rat. Sometimes, anyway, caught rat, and she would go to get it, and he'd go, no, it's not for you. And she'd call me and, you've got a delivery. And I'd come in and I go, oh, yeah. And look what Fellini's bought you. And I've gone, oh, thanks, big guy. And he'd look at me and go, and he'd sort of give it to me and say, get that in you, mate. That'll fucking fix you right up. You need
That's very good. I knew this cat. This is shit that would happen. This cat would go, Aidsy's looking particularly fucked today, isn't he? Better go get something for him.
Yeah, he's going to die.
That's so adorable.
He's going to die. And all the other times he was an aggressive, nasty shit. You knew this cat, Angry. I mean, you went to pat it, it'd bite you.
Yeah, exactly.
You went to get it off your chair, it'd bite you. If it wanted a pat, it'd come and bash its head against your leg, and you scritched it under the chin. And then when it had enough, it'd pull away and go, "What are you doing, Poofter? Stop touching me!" And it sat on my lap twice in the entire time that I knew it, which was 20 years. And it was not a lap cat. It occasionally sit on Mrs. Daisy, occasionally, but no. It'd sleep next to you in the chair or on the couch. It'd sleep sort of near you, but never with or on you, unless I was definitely in bed and sleeping in bed going.
My old tuxedo cat, who's no longer with us, the day that David Bowie died, I was very upset, and he is like, he could sense it, and he came up to me and just like snuggled up next to me because he could tell I was not happy.
That's good. That's good.
It's very sweet. Sweet.
This is one of my clarified drinks. Before I did the clarifying, this was like a brown orange color, and it comes out this really beautiful yellow. So I haven't actually
try this clarification one day. It sounds interesting.
It's so fucking cool. I haven't actually tasted this properly yet. So before going to bed, I'm going to have a proper taste of it. Pour
have
it
you tried clarifying vodka and orange?
Vodka. Oh, okay. Orange is acidic enough to trigger. I think if you did that, it would basically come out this sort of color.
So
and it would
like a weak urine color.
Yeah. It's a well-hydrated urine sample, basically.
Sure.
What we're saying. And it would take the most extreme of the acid out of the orange juice, but still have the flavors. This is. I made all the cocktails from Friday night and chucked them into one glass.
So you've just made rocket fuel then?
Half of it is bitter and half of it is rum and fruit juice. So half of it is bitter Italian stuff like Aperol and Amaro, and the other half is rum and fruit juice. So it's my first proper taste of the clarified version of it.
But yeah, clapping. I pretty much kept it together until I was in the car and Ashes to Ashes came on the radio, and then I just cried.
Yeah, no. Bowie dying was a blow. That was a fucking blow.
Yeah.
Sorry, and I'm also remembering the old The Young Ones, which is a very Gen X comedy series, and there's one bit where there's they're doing a burial in a graveyard, and Terry Jones from Monty Python is the pastor, and he starts doing the service, and he goes, "Ashes to ashes," and Rick goes, "Thank you. We know bombs are junkie," and Terry Jones headbutts him. It's just fucking
Which
great.
was some of the most beautiful writing I've ever seen.
So
And
good.
Terry Jones just delivered it beautifully.
Yeah.
There was no hesitation. There was no pause.
Yeah.
He's like, just look at him and nut.
And
And then goes on reading.
Yeah,
That was
his other
beautifully
big joke
done.
was going to do the eulogy, and he gets like a hip flask from under his robes, and takes a hit. And Rick goes, "Blimey, it's a bit early for that, isn't it?" He goes, "Oh my God, you're right." And he drops the flask and pulls a bottle of scotch from under his. I'm going to get some of this into me first.
Oh,
This is fucking great because besides the Italian bitter and the rum and the fruit juice, it's got mezcal in it. So I'm going, and it's all these great, it's sweet and bitter. And then there's this smoky, like smoked barbecue meat in there. Fuck me sideways. This is good.
I'll be right back.
That's okay.
Okay.
So, Frank missed when David Bowie died. Yeah, clapping for chlamydia is with you, Charlie. You would have lost it, but yeah, no, that Bowie dying hurt, but also it's kind of obvious Bowie chose to go out at that point because he released that last album, which was
through the shit show.
really good. And he waited till the reviews were in, and the reviews were super positive. And he's like, "Okay, I'm in too much pain. I'm checking out now." No one who was with him, like his wife and everyone, ever was explicit about it because that's illegal. But it was pretty obvious Bowie chose to check out at that point. Which, okay, more power to him. He was in a lot of pain from whatever.
I mean, it's that whole line in Deadpool. That's a shit show. I'm not going to take my family through.
Yeah, Jesus.
I, on the other hand, will.
That's okay. You're all about torturing other people, AZ.
I'm all about torturing other people, and I'm also all about not into suicide. However, I have made a living will that if it's hopeless, stupid to carry on, and ridiculous, apply the correct dosages and
morphine.
Make it happen.
Nursing staff often do that. They just go, "Oh, they're in a lot of pain. A little bit more morphine. Oh, they still seem to be in pain. Morphine that would drop an elephant in its tracks." And it's like, "Oh, they've passed peacefully in their sleep. Oh, I hope you're that because it's illegal to say that's
they OD. Yeah.
Yeah, it's illegal to say that's what you're doing. It's just, oh, they're obviously in pain. I'll give them a bit more morphine. Oh, I'll give them a bit more. Oh, we've got this stuff we were going to use to put an elephant in the zoo down. I'll give it to the patient here." And it's just like, it's same. Terry Pratchett. Terry Pratchett had always said he was going to choose to go out, and he had a farewell party with his friends, and it's illegal to say you helped him check out. So everyone just said, "Oh no!" It just so happened that while he was at a party with all of his friends, he passed peacefully in his sleep. And it's like he was explicit. He was explicit about what, but no one who was still alive could actually admit to what happened because it was a criminal offense. So they just went, "Oh no, he passed peacefully in his sleep." And it's like, well, it was a party and we had morphine and Terry said, "Now's the time." And so fucking Jesus, that's what happened.
Yeah.
I love that Spike Milligan got on his gravestone, "I told you I was ill."
Yeah, oh my God. Mike Milligan, he's just so like that's the thing. Like I recently just because I always look for something, what's the anniversary? And when I found out 2 of the 3 goons had the same birthday, I looked into it and we were sharing the story. The story, because Milligan's books about being in the military, that's when he met Harry Seacombe during World War II. But Milligan was a gunner, and they accidentally pushed a fucking anti-aircraft gun off a cliff, and there were troops at the bottom of the cliff, and this fucking gun landed and with a boom as it hit the ground. And Milligan came down, and Seacombe tells the story that Milligan just stuck his head in, like Seacombe was in a tent, and there was this hideous boom, which was an anti-aircraft gun falling off a cliff, and then Milligan stuck his head in the tent and said, "Have you seen a gun?" And and Seacombe, without missing a beat, went, "What color was it?" And from that point on, Milligan and Seacombe were friends until death. And it was just like, because they were in a fucking war and they were still making stupid fucking jokes. And it was
Were they the ones that shared a birthday, or was it
They're the ones that
Sellers?
shared a birthday, yeah.
Yeah.
No.
I breathed at the wrong time. Seacombe and Sellers shared a birthday.
Oh, okay.
So the core,
I thought it was-
no, it was Seacombe and Sellers.
I thought it was-
Seacombe and Sellers.
I thought it was Seacombe and Milligan.
No, it was Seacombe and
I thought
Sellers.
it was obviously-
But
No.
It's
Seacombe
obviously
and
wrong.
Milligan were friends during the war. They met Sellers after the war. They fell out with Sellers for a while, and they brought Michael Bentine in, and then they made up with Sellers. And
That these days it's a bit dodgy looking back, with the brown face and all that. But The Party is like one of my favorite movies.
yeah,
And here's the thing: Indian people love The Party.
yeah,
Mm.
no, The Party is such a good film.
Because it actually treats the Indians with a little bit of respect.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's a
Because there's
guy.
the quote that he says in there that Indian people love, where he says this guy says to him, "Who do you think you are?" And he says, "In India, we don't think who we are. We know who we are."
Yeah, and that's the thing. Sellers is doing the brown face with a lot of respect.
Yeah.
He knew Indian people, and he knew
Mm.
Bollywood people, and he was really, because
And
Sellers,
it's like, he wasn't taking the piss. He was like
he was
trying
taking
to actually
it out of Hollywood.
Yeah.
He thought Hollywood was bullshit, but he loved Bollywood. So the idea of a guy who was a huge star in India being no one in Los Angeles was fucking hilarious to him. And that running joke of when he fucked something up, when he broke something, and he's there and he's breaking it, and they would do a cut, and everyone's saying, "What happened?" And he was miraculously on the other side of the room going,
Yeah.
every time he fucked something up, he managed to hide the fact that he was the one who fucked it up.
And then by the end of the night, everyone loves him. And
Yeah, no, that was a great film. And you say,
we go to wash the elephant. And
oh, Jesus. Okay, Safa's just brought up randomly, Brett Lee can probably do the Indian ladies. Brett Lee actually did a Bollywood film where it's on Fox. No, I haven't watched it, but it
well,
looks
they love their cricket over there.
Yeah, Brett Lee, Australian face bowler, actually did a Bollywood film, and I've been too horrified to watch it. But
He sang and he danced in it too.
yep, no, did
Oh, that's great.
there
He
was
said he had to learn to sing and the dance the whole day, and then they shot it in 20 minutes. He said it was just insane.
yeah,
He took
no,
a day to learn it.
Bollywood's a
20 minutes to
production
shoot it,
line.
and they said, "Right, yeah, that's it, we're done." And then hundreds of people moved on to the next thing, and he said, "Is that it?" And they went, "Well, yeah, you did it. You did good." And of course, he's the white guy, so he's the bad guy. He's the white Australian cricketer.
Yeah.
The evil team, and
Yeah.
they
Weird
lose.
shit that I have actually watched recently. There is it's not really Bollywood, but is an Indian version of Pride and Prejudice called Bride and Prejudice. And it's fucking great. If you get a chance to watch the Indian film Bride and Prejudice, which is basically a Bollywood version of Pride and Prejudice, it's fucking great. It is actually really good. Definitely watch that. I just know in the chat, what have we been missing? Stella's been saying some crazy stuff, I think. Stella has her. Oh, okay. You can identify with this, AZ. Stella's talking about her immune system attacking her body. They thought she had lupus, but not. They thought she had MS, but not. So who fucking knows? But she's got some autoimmune shenanigans happening. So I thought you'd identify with that.
It sucks because your whole body rebels and you don't know what's going to go next. And they sat me down when I had the arthritis and they said, "Oh, you know how your bones are affected?" And I said, "Yeah." And they said, "Look, you've got to get ready for your soft organs to calcify." And I'm going, walk me through that.
That sounds unpleasant.
They go,
less than
well, yes,
optimal.
we've had people whose livers, hearts, kidneys, and lungs have turned to bone, and that kills you. And I said, and you stop that by dying. And, and gone,
Jesus.
And you make me comfortable while this process goes on. Oh, we don't know till you die. What about the screaming? Does that give a hint?
Ludo, shush.
Something's going wrong. And they go, well, we get a lot of arthritis patients complaining of pain.
Fucking hell.
Jesus. However, these days, there's a new arthritis treatment out, and it takes 3 months and you're cured. It's fantastic. They were just bringing it in when I was being treated, but they didn't offer it to me because they didn't think I could afford it.
Oh, geez. Okay, here's a good one from Stella AZ. Did you, and I'm going to, I don't know if you can see the chat, I'm going to try and say this word. Did you ever have cryoglobulinemia?
Cryoglobulinemia.
Anemia.
Cryo meaning cold, globular meaning blood. No, that's hemo. Globule.
It's color. It's a kind of it's colored blood. Your blood cells, because of the chemical makeup, change color, which is why it's chloro, and you get anemic, and they don't know why, and then they test your blood finally, and then they stain it properly eventually, and they go, "Oh, you're anemic, and you're not getting enough oxygen to your body, so we're going to pump you full of oxygen and blood, and dialyze you for 4 days, and give you these things, and it's going to hurt while this all happens. So we're going to make you comfortable." And it was one of the few times they made me comfortable. They pretty much put me to sleep while they were doing it.
So cryoglobulinemia is a medical condition in which the blood contains a large amount of pathological cold-sensitive antibodies called cryoglobulins.
Ugh. There you go.
So cryoglobulins typically clump together at temperatures below normal body temperature and will dissolve again if the blood is heated. Precipitated clump can block blood vessels and cause toes and fingers to become gangrenous. And and there's a picture. Don't Google it.
When my hand is cold enough, you can actually see color changes where the warm hits my hand. When my skin gets cold enough, when my body gets cold enough, you can actually touch my skin, and the imprint of the heat stays on my skin because of this. Yep.
Right.
Speaking of,
it's just one of the little side presents you get when you get an autoimmune disease. It's part of the fun bag, the grab bag they give you, which is very full at the beginning of the game. And you go through it and open it up and read the instructions, and they're all in Chinese. And You work it out like an Apple product just by intuition and shitloads of drugs.
Yeah. Safa's asking, because you have these blood things, AZ, does that mean you're related to the royal family with all their various blood-related
because according
I
to
try and keep that quiet.
according to Doctor Who, the royal family are werewolves.
Yeah,
Yes.
I was thinking all this was reminding me of a Neil Gaiman story called "A Study in Green" or something. It's basically he's written a Sherlock Holmes story about the royal family, if the royal family were Lovecraft type monsters. So Sherlock Holmes is.
I'd argue they are.
Yeah, Sherlock Holmes is
I can get behind that.
investigating the murder of a member of the royal family, and there's green blood all over the world because they're actually Lovecraftian eldritch horrors. And it is a fucking brilliant short story of Sherlock Holmes, who's human, trying to investigate the murder of a member of the royal family who are unspeakable Lovecraftian horrors. Just like, what the fuck? Honestly.
Yeah. Cthulhu's gift for service is to eat you first.
Mm.
You know, I wouldn't mind being eaten by the Queen.
That's
You know,
fair.
I could handle it. But
I
being
wouldn't
part
mind
of the
eating
family,
the
I
Queen.
also get to swim down near New Zealand because that's where Raleigh is.
Yeah.
Down off the coast
No,
of New
no one
Zealand,
caught
and I
that.
would-
No one caught that, but
I
Charlie.
did.
Yeah.
I would fucking believe it.
Frankie's
if you've ever
thrown
been to New Zealand, you-
AD, you're obviously royalty. You're the king of oversharing. So
Well, so funny story.
Yeah.
I posted recently on Facebook this capture of a conversation between someone very anti-trans and someone else defending trans people. But the crux of it was they said there's only two genders. It's science, and the rest is feelings and stuff. So I'm like,
yes,
science is a gender?
yeah,
My transition is complete. My gender is science, and my pronoun is AR, which is the elemental symbol for argon. So it's a noble gas. So I'm now a noble. It's the element of surprise. And it's said by pirates all over the world. So, arr.
You're
A
a
friend of
surprising
mine-
noble pirate.
A friend of
Which
mine
I
told me
think
today
will
that
be
he
sharing
thinks
my
that
bed chamber soon, Abigail.
What
If you're a
was that, Charlie?
surprising neighborhood pirate, then you've got a place in my little flat.
Surprising neighborhood pirate
A friend of-
scientist. Thank you.
a friend of mine told me
Oh.
today that he thinks that I look like the Queen.
okay.
Yeah.
Like maybe when
So
she was
that's 2
younger.
science degrees.
Young Betty
And
wins
one
that.
honors degree.
Like I have to turn to the side, I guess. To
Yeah,
he was
to be-
like, yeah, so
you're
look
gonna
at
be-
her face on the coins. Like
Hmm.
I don't see it.
I have to admit, I love that Netflix series, The Crown, tracking the royal family through the 20th century. And when they, after a couple of seasons, recast the Queen to be the middle-aged Queen, that was really good because the initial thing was
Elizabeth II, Stella, obviously.
she's posing for a new stamp because she looks older than the old. I am absolutely not a royalist, but I love the Netflix series, The Crown. And whenever anyone says liking The Crown or liking Downton Abbey means you like the ruling class, I love Stephen Colbert's response to that. Like, yeah, the other most popular series at the same time was Breaking Bad. So we also love meth cooks. So it's just like,
Yeah.
we
Oh,
we
God,
love
Exactly.
Colbert is just so
Net.
good.
And I'm a royalist, so I fucking hate Downton Abbey.
I like it. I do like Downton Abbey. I enjoy that series. I enjoy the Downton
I've
Abbey.
never watched
Sort
that,
of so
but I love Maggie Smith.
fucking repetitive. I just couldn't do it. I just
Oh,
went, oh yeah, now we're going to go upstairs, and now we're going to bitch about downstairs, and now we're going to bitch about upstairs, and now we're going to bitch about the entailment, and the entailment's going to bring in yet another character because someone else is going to leave the series, and it's going to be fucking fuck off.
Yeah, I also
And,
love Peaky Blinders, which means I love psychopathic gypsy traveler criminals, and it's just like, it's just, because, and I'll be honest. The only reason I like Peaky Blinders is because fucking Cillian Murphy is so fucking pretty. It's like when I only started watching Peaky Blinders earlier this year, and I'm watching it and I'm going, my God, Cillian Murphy's got nice eyes. It's like me, super hetero guy, just watching going, that Cillian Murphy. Oh my God.
Darker, I'm a Republican.
Republicans, yeah, I think most of us are probably Republicans, but
I imagine most right-thinking people are.
Yeah,
The reason
I'm super heterosexual, but you watch Cillian Murphy being super sexy and with those eyes, and going, well, no one's that straight, honestly. No,
no. And I'm a royalist because of a legal conceit that we have in Australia. That's why I'm a royalist. It's because of that legal conceit, which protects us more than pretty much any other democracy in the world. It also puts crimes against person above crimes against property. Whereas in America, crimes against property are way more important than crimes against person.
Oh yeah, no,
and that's in my mind perverse.
Yeah,
quite sickening actually.
Yeah, so
you get more time for fucking stealing a very expensive car or trashing a very expensive house than you do for shooting up a high school.
Yeah, and I also like Stella's agreeing with me. Cillian Murphy, very attractive man. It's his eyes. It's his eyes and his eyelashes. I was watching the first season of Peaky Blinders, where he's fucking murdering people and slashing people's faces, and I'm just going, he's got nice eyes though.
His ass is not a bad thing to behold either, frankly.
Just generally, Cillian
his
Murphy,
ass is a nice tight thing with a
He's
bit
a whole
of a bubble on it. You know, I reckon his cum gutters would be pretty fucking impressive too. You know that bit just between your legs and your tum on someone with a six-pack that's got the dent in it?
Okay, yeah.
Cum gutters. And a good set of cum gutters just,
The sex lines.
Does it for me. Because then you can turn around and go, yep, there's the bubble butt. Jesus, are you all right?
Did I just hear glass shattering?
Yeah, I'm kind of pissed off about that. I put a glass in a place I put a glass.
Have you cut yourself?
No. It didn't hurt me.
Oh,
but it's a special glass, and I'm really fucking pissed off that I broke it.
Taxi.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah,
Andrew, I'm supposed to be the one that damages himself, dude. Christ's sake.
No.
I'm just going to go and ingest some more drugs. I'll be back in a minute.
Ludo's being a dickhead. Ludo! Inside.
So now I'm just being a street sweeper while we're talking, so I dropped a fucking glass.
Because you're a goddamn negri, okay?
Yeah. Oh, well, I was going to go to the fucking dinner and they sell these glasses. Hey, Abigail, looking forward to tomorrow when we find out what restrictions get lifted.
Oh.
That finds out whether we can do the computer upgrade.
Yes. That's also something I'm excited to do. I also have a date lined up after restrictions.
That's
so,
fucking right.
You know. Yeah.
That fucking sucks. That's really good. But because I was thinking, because we were messing around on a live stream the other night, and I started looking at the Bitters Lab, what they were selling, and they're going, they got a fuck ton of stuff I want to buy. So when the news comes on what restrictions are lifted tomorrow, I'll find out I'm actually able to travel to your side of town.
That'd be cool. I'm all set up for it.
Yeah. So if that's a deal, I'll come over at some point and get you, and I'll also go via the Bitters Lab and pick up a bunch of beverages and whatnot that they're selling that I really want to get my hands on.
Cool.
So, and now I have to get another fucking Nick and Nora glass from them because I just fucking broke one in the fucking freezer, and I'm really fucking pissed off.
Is your offer of a bottle of Twofold still as payment still on the table?
Oh, fuck yeah. Fuck yeah.
Awesome. Cool. Thanks.
Yeah. No, absolutely.
I'm super keen for that.
No, definitely.
Sounds amazing.
And in fact, I'll look because we'll go over to your side because that's also where the Bitters Lab is, where I want to pick up a couple of things. And there's a big fucking Dan Murphy's just next to it. If the Dan Murphy's has a Twofold, I'll grab one then and there. If they don't have it, I'll do it via mail order. Definitely.
Okay. Cool. I really appreciate that.
Yeah, no, definitely. Oh fuck, Twofold is such a nice. That last drink I had was a Twofold. Basically, Twofold is such an easy whiskey. It's amazing.
Yeah, I'm keen to try it. I really am.
Yeah, no, it's worth trying. It's I notice Nettie in particular. She lashed out and bought one of the single malts, the Nova, which is noticeably more expensive than the Twofold. But I think the Twofold is a really good entry. Look at fucking Ludo is such a sook. He's this giant dog that is a big baby sook, which is so
big
cute.
Dogs are giant sooks.
I love how much of a giant sook Ludo is. Yes, Ludo, everyone on the street. We all love you, Ludo.
When you're on the internet, no one knows that you're a dog.
Oh my god, that's a classic internet joke.
Yeah.
Oh, Safa's wondering about how much of our taxes go to the monarchy in the UK. That is a really interesting question. I think the answer is very little. Oh, sorry. I actually put you on mute, AD, because you're away. You have an opinion. AD, what's your thing on taxes and the monarchy?
It is zero. Our taxes contribute zero to the monarchy.
That's what I thought.
Basically, the monarchy gets money from Australia by owning some of Australia. It's actually very little.
Yeah.
They call it Crown land, but it's actually government land.
Yeah.
But the UK monarchy actually owns some property in Australia. It's minuscule. They earn about 20 million off it each year, which I know sounds like a lot, but in Australian terms for land and money is fuck all. So no, none of our taxes go to the UK whatsoever. However, when the royal family comes to Australia picks up the bill for all of their travel, all of their security, and all of their accommodation.
Yeah. Sorry.
So are you saying AD has opinions?
No.
Because I've never ever noticed AD being super opinionated about things.
No.
Just doesn't happen.
AD just lets the world dictate to him. I love Stella saying her big dog is also more sooky than her Jack Russell. That's brilliant. We're just a cat house. Although my lad, young Mr. Angry, would like to have a small dog, I think, but we're a cat household, so he just lives with it. Yes, Raiders, 100%. Tony Abbott sold to the monarchy. Tony Abbott is a weird fucking freak, And I think when he went to school, there was the saying in the private schools, you're a fag for the old boys. It just means you let them sort of tie you up and spank you and that sort of thing. I just think Tony Abbott was really into that shit. I lost
Wait,
something.
That's
I lost something. I was fiddling with something.
to me.
No,
Some dogs are okay with cats. Like, Pluto, what the fuck are you doing? Like golden retrievers are pretty chill.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, I found what I was looking for. I'm kind of drunk. I fidget a lot, and newsflash: when I'm drunk, I do it. This is the seal from the bottle of Twofold, which I actually just opened tonight. I'm trying to keep up my record. I keep a spreadsheet in Google Documents. I started early this year. I thought, am I drinking too much? Am I buying too much? And I've bought this year. I've bought like fucking 70 bottles of booze and emptied about 12 of them, which I honestly think is not that bad. But it's good to have this sort of spreadsheet that keeps a record of when I buy things and when I empty them. Charlie, you look really sad. What the fuck are you looking at?
No. I was cooing at Stella talking about her dog.
You caught your big boy cuddled up on the couch with one of the cats last night while you were with Charlie and Fox, and they were grumpy. You were staying up late. That's super cute.
Yeah, we kicked on pretty late.
That's okay, and that's that. I love that. That's a thing that you can do with the chat stuff. But fuck it. It's just past midnight. I'm fine. I'll probably stop drinking. I probably won't have another drink while we're talking, actually, because I will be really fucked up if I have another drink. But yeah. But what's Frankie saying about the monarchy? It's not called tax. It's called subscription dues to run the Commonwealth itself, and the UK pays them too. Yeah, that's the thing. Stella's saying her English is going downhill. Look, dude, it's midnight on fucking Saturday. If you're not somewhat compromised, then that's what the joke. Sorry, my brain's going all over the place. Thing where guys say, I think dudes is a non-sexual thing, so I can call women dudes and stuff. And women say, yeah, do you fuck dudes? And that's down with that. And
I use dude as a gender neutral term, but.
And I'm down with it. People
do you stop when someone asks you to stop?
Yeah.
Because I can't stand it.
It's like if somebody says if they don't want to be called dude, then obviously I won't.
Yeah, someone doesn't want to be called something. But yeah, if I was single and someone said, "Are you gonna fuck a dude?" and you go, "Yeah, if this is dude I want to fuck, I'm gonna fuck a dude." It always makes me think of the Rubber Bandits song called "Fellas," and it's this absolutely. The Rubber Bandits are so good at fucking surreal humor. There's this guy. The film clip for it is a guy with a ventriloquist puppet, and the puppet is Gabriel Byrne, the actor Gabriel Byrne, and the song is.
Isn't he a singer?
No. Gabriel Byrne is a quite famous actor, and I've done this before, but I'm going to get the lyrics because the lyrics are fucking hysterical. The lyrics to the Rubber Bandits song "Fellas," and no, that's Dad. Why the fuck did Dad's best friend come up? Which is another classic Rubber Bandit song. But yeah, so the clip for "Fellas" is the guy with Gabriel Byrne ventriloquist dummy, and the dummy sings the song, "We only get one shot upon this green earth, and the only thing you'll get to be is you. And there's people who won't like you because of how you feel inside you. It's sad to think about it, but it's true. But you have to do the things that make you happy. You You have to be what you were born to be. That's right. So this one's for the fellas who've been asking themselves questions. Maybe I could answer them for you. And then it breaks into a song. If you want to fuck a fella, go out and fuck a fella. There's a million fucking fellas you could choose. And if a fella says, hey, fella, you should not be fucking fellas, maybe he should go and fuck a fella too. Because the world is full of fellas who will put down, and all you have to do is hold your head up high and stand your ground. No reason to hesitate. No reason to despise, because he hates himself enough when he's jerking off to guys. And it just goes on and on and on about how if you want to fuck a fella, just go ahead and fuck a fella. And it is the surreal nature of this being sung by a ventriloquist dummy of Gabriel Byrne.
Oh, I've seen this film clip.
Fuck me. AD, you want to talk about fucking fellas, I think.
I always want to talk about fucking fellas. I want to talk about the young ladies. And I'm not talking about the girl ladies. No. The young ladies, the young fellows, the older ladies, the older fellows. The older fellows tend to get a bit grumpy, though, and get a bit pushy. So I've learned that lesson well. And I'm very careful with boss in the house. Not to be too pushy, though he does accuse me of it sometimes, so I punch him in the fucking head. Listen, I am flaking, so I am going to bail, eat some more sandwiches, and go to bed. Night all.
Good night.
I love you all. Good to see us. Good to see us. Have the best.
Long and prosper.
All right.
Yes.
All right. Oh, good God. Now it's suddenly.
I love Frankie's comment.
That's too much. That's too. That's a bit more. That thing with all three of us up like that was like some really fucking intense current affairs show. And the whole thing he was saying just then, just like, yeah, an ex-girlfriend from years past who was into the whole daddy thing, which I initially found super fucking weird. But it was like, oh, okay, that's your thing, sure. And it's like, it's not my thing, but it's like, hey, I can be accommodating, fucking sure. Yeah. It's people, you meet all sorts of people in your life. And sometimes they're weirder than others. And sometimes they're AIDSy, and that's about as weird as it fucking is.
Oh, AIDSy is a gift.
He is. He's a gift to all of us. Ooh, okay, Frankie's still talking about the monarchy over there. They went on who's soft and feminine, and Gaiman is okay, play with the fucking titties if you like. I want a man. I want someone who's hard. There's like an Australian comedian who I don't know, but he Steve something, I don't know, but he has this whole thing like, why are people so down on gay men and think they're weak and soft? Jesus, actually deciding you're gonna fuck a dude up the ass, that's about the toughest thing.
That's the manliest thing you can do, yeah.
That's the toughest thing you can do. It's like, I don't get homophobia. It's so weird, It's just like it's very fucking funny, but that's it. See, Frankie knew who I was talking about. Steve Hughes, absolutely, and an Aussie who moved to the UK. Steve Hughes has some very funny routines. I like Frankie saying AIDSy's like a million times me, but without the sexuality, and in fact, with AIDSy, I think it's without the sex obsession. So oh my God. Oh, drinky. So yeah, what's it tomorrow? It's past midnight, so technically today is Sunday. God, was anyone freaked out about Dan Andrews' fucking press conference was about 5 hours late today because he was obviously trying to get a replacement for his health minister.
Really? What's happening? His health minister.
Well, the health minister quit because on Friday, on Friday, Dan Andrews went, yeah, fuck it. It was the health minister's responsibility. She fucked up. And so the health minister says, well, if he thinks I fucked up, I can't keep being health minister, so I quit. And Dan Andrews go, cool, fucking don't let the door hit your ass on the way out. And it was really funny watching the press conference today. And I think he slipped a little because normally he doesn't give the press anything. And they just ask the same dumbass fucking questions they always ask him. They go like, what are you going to say next week? And he goes, I'm not going to tell you what I say next week. I'll tell you next week what I say. What are you going to say to the inquiry? I'm not going to tell you. I'm going to tell the inquiry. And they ask the same dumbass questions. And he says the same thing like, fuck off. But he slipped a little bit. He said, yeah, the health minister resigned. And I think that was the right thing to do. And they said, oh, you just commented. You commented on her decision. You said you weren't going to comment, but you did comment on her decision. So why was her decision right? And he goes, I'm not going to talk about that. And they went, no, fuck it, dude. You already commented on it. So why do you think her decision was right? And I think that's one of the few times he's slipped and given them something to grab onto. But he still just fucking stonewalled them and said, I'm not going to say anything else. But I think it's one of the few times he slipped and gave them something, because he commented. He said, I'm not going to comment. And they went, but you just commented. You said she did the right thing by resigning. Why was it the right thing? And 2 days ago, you said you supported her. So when you supported her 2 days ago, but now you're saying her resigning was the right thing, why is that? And he just stonewalled them. But it was one of the few times he slipped and gave them something.
Well, I mean, he's got to be working long hours, and I'm surprised he hasn't slipped before. Like he's doing these, like press
80
releases
days in a row.
Sorry,
he's done these press conferences 80 days in a row, and it's just like, fucking hell. So it's surprising he didn't slip sooner, but it was a rare slip for him. He actually slipped. But then after he realized he slipped, he just went, nah, fuck yous, I'm not going to say anything. Because I fucking hate the journalists at those press conferences, quite honestly.
Yeah, they're useless. They're just,
Oh, and one of them asked this dumbass question. The opposition leader said you should resign. So are you going to resign? And I mean, I'm probably still going to do it. I want to do a video where I'm Dan Andrews' anger translator, like
Yeah.
and I was going to say, when the journalist says the opposition leader said you should resign, are you going to resign? And I jump in, I'll handle this, Dan. He goes, dude, are you fucking paid to ask dumb fucking questions like that? The fucking opposition leader is a worthless weasel cunt, and you're saying anything he says is worth shit? What the fuck is wrong with you? And it's. But it's like, how fucking question?
Sorry, Ludo just farted.
Yike.
Who's a stinky puppy? Who's a stinky puppy?
Oh,
I think I'm gonna have to head to bed.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go too.
All right. I'm getting tired now, and
you've all been fabulous, amazing people.
Sorry to end the stream. Like,
no. I was thinking of exactly the same thing, Abigail. Yeah. But I'll probably catch up with you if we find out what restrictions are relaxed. If it means we can do the computer thing, we'll probably organize that. But we'll see what happens. I'm either going to go over to your side of town to go to the Bitters Lab or order stuff from their website. We've just got to wait to see what Dan Andrews says tomorrow. Cool. But all you fabulous, awesome people, look after yourselves.
Good night, everyone.
I have
long and prosper.
But we'll see you soon. But yeah, live long and prosper. Bye for now. Bye.